Более 60 лет в Европе TEBOIL совершенствует свои моторные масла, идя в ногу со временем. Сегодня TEBOIL Diamond отвечает самым современным международным требованиям. Благодаря устойчивой молекулярной структуре и активным компонентам, TEBOIL Diamond надежно защищает двигатель от загрязнений и износа.
И снова каждый водитель спокоен за двигатель с моторным маслом TEBOIL.
Спокойствие за двигатель начинается с TEBOIL Diamond.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
РДС-GP – это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить в молодых.
Извините, мама звонит.
Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to Russian Super Cup 2025. This is TEBOIL RDS Superfinal, supported by our general sponsor, TEBOIL. The second Russian Cup in history will begin very soon. I mean, the qualifying round and the beginning. We will tell you about our title sponsor of Russian Cup, TEBOIL Company. TEBOIL is an international brand of almost 1 century's history, representing a Russian chain of petrol station, high-quality fuel, lubricants, polite stuff, and a lot of useful products for your car. You can take part in our loyalty program on the mobile app. You always get high-quality service at every TEBOIL petroleum station. The atmosphere of TEBOIL is here. Welcome to our food court where you can have hot dogs, coffee, and the best mood. And also visit our TEBOIL tent. For our loyal customers, you can find lots of surprises and activities. Yes, this is a true jewel of Rostov Arena, but of course we are interested in everything that is going to take place at our configuration. The qualifying, aka the solo runs, are about to begin. But let's listen to our judges who have been working on the assignment.
Друзья, всем привет! Буквально
Hello,
через несколько минут стартует квалификация суперфинала российской дрифт-серии. Мы здесь, на Ростов-арене, вместе с нашей судейской бригадой. Главный судья дрифта на мероприятии, который в эти выходные пройдет здесь, Станислав Долгих, и его ассистенты Владимир Сафонов и Антон Новиков, человек, которого вы не видели весь сезон в качестве судьи, но сегодня он будет отрываться. Итак, Станислав, расскажи, пожалуйста, немного о судейском задании и о том, чего вы ждете от наших пилотов в квалификации.
У нас, как всегда,
As usual, here in Rostov, the weather is amazing. And also, the venue is great, which differs it from all the configuration. Everything is surrounded by concrete, but still our drivers are the best. They cannot be intimidated by any pieces of concrete. So the configuration is built in such a way that it is maximum safe. We drew the line and the touch and goes in such a way so that all the necessary parts of the vehicles remain intact, but at the same time there will be dynamics, risk, everything that we love in drifting. What about the criteria, or are you gonna just help Stas as assistants? No way. No way, of course. We will share our opinion about the criteria. I'm the style judge, as usual. Anton will be responsible for the line this time, because in terms of the angle this year, we've got lots of innovations. And the line is slightly easier to judge. Stanislav really loves dealing with the angles. So at the Super Cup, he will be responsible for the angle. What should the style be like so that the drivers get maximum score? First of all, during the season, we've been using Drift Dynamics system. We've been establishing speed restrictions. But since we're here in the beautiful city of Rostov-On-Don, which is very close to the Russian borders, we've got some problems with the GPS. So we will not rely upon Drift Dynamics. We will do it in an old-fashioned way, using our eyes, first of all. For me, it's mostly important so that the guys run to the track without any extra movement, so that they accelerate where they're supposed to accelerate, decelerate where they're supposed to decelerate, and if they comply with my criteria, they will get maximum style score. Now let's speak about the line, regardless of the wind. Anton, could you please tell us what the line should be like, and what do you think? Would there be any difference between the qualifying runs of open drivers and GP drivers? We've seen their practice runs. Many racers are familiar with this configuration after the previous year, and the line changes have been very small. So these guys are very well familiar. We didn't have any practice run on Thursday, only on Friday. They have done some really beautiful tandem practices, like about 80% of the drivers do the line without any extra corrections. So I believe everyone will be able to do it. Are all the drivers equally professional? The difference is very little. It's more about the power of the vehicles. The Even though in RDS Open we also have superpower cars, it is obvious that the GP vehicles are slightly different. Also, they've been using these tires throughout the season, unlike the Junior Series. This is the difference. In terms of control, in the Junior Series, we've got some very experienced drivers. Some of them are even more experienced than the GP guys. Okay, I see. This farm still standing here. The wind hasn't blown me away. But now let's talk about the angle. Could you tell us very briefly, what do you expect from our drivers in terms of the angle? Since this is a gigantic, but still it's a concrete box, there will be lots and lots of points where the drivers will be running at a large angle, and it will make it very spectacular, smoky. We have already determined the touch-and-go locations. We've checked with our telemetrics. This is a really operating thing. It's going to be exciting for our spectators. They really love large angles and a lot of smoke. So the only thing I will demand is some stability of the angle. I will check for corrections, but these are all details that are not maybe that interesting for the spectators. But for the drivers, it's all simple. They know how to do it, and I hope that we will see the large angle, and I'm totally convinced that our spectators will love it. So, my friends, we are ready to start the qualifying round. Let me remind you that there will be several winners. There will be a winner among the Open drivers, and there will be a winner among the GP drivers. But what beautiful cups we have prepared them, you will see it all on our Telegram channel. Moreover, during the qualifying, we will meet from time to time, speak to the leaders and speak to them about what is happening here at Rostov Arena. Our judges are locked and loaded. We are also locked and loaded, so are the drivers. And I'm sure that you, the spectators, also are prepared. So let's go. So, my friends, we've got 32 drivers, but unfortunately we've got bad news right one day before the qualifying. Unfortunately, after yesterday's accident, the vehicle of Ilya Popov has got a technical failure. The body has been very badly damaged, so in these conditions, it is impossible to fix. And for this reason, now we've got one little by-run zone. We've got 31 participants in our lineup. So in Group A, I mean the GP drivers, there will be one by-run at the beginning of the bracket. Let's speak about the competition bracket, if we've mentioned it. Just as Alicia said, we will have two qualifying winners in A group and in B group. A group is the GP group and the B group is RDS Open group. So in the general, the bracket will be built on the principle of A versus B driver, which means that the driver who is the first in Group A goes by run. The second one in A group will go to the tandem with the 15th driver of the B group. This is the Olympic system, which is more or less standard, with the only difference that the drivers are divided into subgroups. We did it so that everyone has equal chances for getting to the next round. And in the meanwhile, the first driver is already at the starting arch. We are ready to start the qualifying round, and this is the first run of Mikhail Davidians from RDS Open. He is the fourth in the Open rating, 2 qualifying victories, one of them for 100 points. And moreover, you know that Mikhail Davidians is a judge of RDS Grand Prix. In this status, he was responsible for the angle, and I guess he totally succeeded. Let's see how well can do the angle, how good he is at angles. You can see the logo of Transpark team, which is the team Mikhail Davidians represents in RDS Open. He is already waiting for his competition run. I remind you that in GP, we decided not to do any morning practice before the qualifying run, because for the majority of the drivers, they're just irrelevant, and because the weather changes. But we still do the familiarization run, which is an incompulsory thing. The driver can choose whether to go or not to go on a familiarization run. Mikhail Davidians and his E30 is going on the scored section of the track, 100 meters of running. and he takes the first clip. And here it is, a very valuable touch and go number 2, and then along the concrete blocks he goes to touch and go number 3, and here he starts drawing the lines 2 fours along the outside line of the track, and then through a transition to touch and go 5/1 and 5/2. And now the only inside touch and go, which is here next to the no-go zone. You're not supposed to go too deep in there if you are the leader, just like a qualifying participant. And then the last sweep of the true clips, and Mikhail Davidians does a very good first run. And this run will be called the sort of a congratulation run, because it is not a zero. Mikhail Davidians is already in top 32. If a run was a rock and roll, I guess this is what it was. Mikhail Davidians has already proven to us that he is a great master of both solo and tandem runs. And in solo runs, he's especially good because he was the second driver in the history of RDS West, Europe, or Open, whatever you call it, the second one in history to get 100 points in the qualifying. Yesterday, Mikhail said that opening the qualifying round is quite hard, and statistically, he is not very successful when he is the first. However, he said, I'm gonna risk it from the very first run. I don't know how risky this one was, but it definitely was very dynamic, spectacular. The quality is very high, at least as far as I could see on the screen. Doubtlessly, he was very close to all the lines. 5/1 probably was taken on the very edge. As far as the rest of the touch and goes were taken with great confidence. And brilliantly, he went around the touch and go. And here comes my question. The judges are distributed as Vladimir Safonov doesn't give his favorite criterion of the style to anyone. Anton Novikov is responsible for the line, and Stanislav Dalgih is responsible for the angle. But Stanislav Dalgih in RDS Open is also responsible for the angle, so this role is quite familiar to him. But speaking about the competition, we've got a hybrid of RDS GP and RDS Open in terms of the time table, because we decided to take the RDS Open blueprint, because our qualifying is divided into 2 parts with the drivers parade and the autograph session. By the way, you can also purchase the autograph session option additionally if you don't have it included in your ticket. And tomorrow we've got a full-scale top 32. At the same time, we cancelled morning practice before groups. So if in open we have the practice of the first 3 groups, then the qualifying, then another practice, 3 more groups, and no familiarization run in RDS GP. From the middle of the season, we canceled this practice. So now before every competition run, the driver can go on a warm-up, on a familiarization run. So the qualifying will be done in this format. Now we're going to have a reference for all the drivers, because Touch and Go 5 hasn't been taken by Mikhail Davidians. Touch and Go 5/2 is more available. And in terms of the angle, there's a minimum penalty, half a point in Sector 1. I guess that was the initiation. -3 for the style in the second sector. There could be a little correction, I guess. So this is 27 out of 30 for the line, which is very good. In style, there are some losses as well, but nevertheless, this is a 90+. This is how Mikhail Davidians kicks off his qualifying journey. I tried to recall if this driver has ever won a qualifying. I mean, since we had the draw, because yes, he's got one victory, but it was some time ago. Now, Sergei Davidadze, the city of Samara, BMW E36. There are lots of 8s on the windshield. Immediately correction after the initiation. Another one on the way to Touch and Go 2, which is going to be seriously penalized in terms of the angle, but this is very important not to fall outside the line. We've got the double penalty zone, and here it is. Sergei Davidadze is running through it. There you will get at least -5 for each wheel, which is outside. In the meanwhile, he's approaching the inner clip, and yes, he takes it. Then the last sweeper, the last transition. Unfortunately, left front wheel catches on the dotted line. We'll check if he gets penalized. And yes, the right rear wheel is also sliding on the line, at least very close to it. Sergei Davidadze is losing another 4 points for the line because he missed the very valuable Touch and Go number 2. There was a correction. You could see the car body swinging from side to side as Sergei was running along this checkpoint, along this square drawn on the asphalt. So in terms of the angle, in terms of the line, there will be some penalties. And style-wise, it will be the same, because Vladimir Safonov didn't forbid the left foot brake or the hand brakes, but he said, if I ever see you guys slowing down the car, if you lose the speed, I will penalize you, which I guess is going to happen right now. It is also worthwhile noticing that for Sergei Davidadze, it was a rookie season in RDS Open and RDS GP in general, and also he had lots of technical problems. He's got a very interesting car. It's a BMW E36 with the front suspension of a Supra A80. He has got a subframe, and the subframe is pretty interestingly built because all the arms on the Supra A80 are fixed on the subframe. And if we take, for example, a Toyota Mark II or Toyota Altezza, there the top arm is fixed on the body of the car, and the Supra has got the top and the bottom arms. It's got a double arm suspension are fixed on the subframe. It's in a shape of a horseshoe. So if you want to install a multi-arm, the Supra subframe can help you. For example, Anton Kozlov did the same transformation to his car. We will see him also in group number 1. But there, I guess it is more reasonable, it's more justified, because an E36 is quite a well-balanced chassis in general, and as experts confess, an E36 has got the best McPherson of any. It is the most stable, the easiest to understand. It can run in small angles, medium angles, large angles, and here this is a great space for experiments. And these were not only the drifters who praised the suspension of an E36. The drivers who love track days or just love active driving, all of them speak very good of an E36, or with nostalgia, because finding a new E36 is very hard unless if it is a time capsule. I mean the cars that were purchased new and kept new like this. This is not the car that was just stored in the garage. You've got to do a lot of manipulation for the car to remain intact for a long while. So this is a serious thing. But nevertheless, E36 still can be found, and even a civil E36 can be purchased. Theoretically, yes, lots of penalties, a touch and go too. Then in terms of the angle, it's hard to calculate, but this is 14.5. And 11 points for the style I've been taken away from Sergei Davidadze. But first of all, this is not a 0, which means that he goes to top 32. And secondly, he also has a second run where he can improve his current situation. Now he's got 68.5 points, and he's currently second out of the 2 contenders. And now here comes the first representative of RDS Grand Prix, Timofey Dobrovolsky from Takayama Forward Auto. Representing the city of Moscow, he's driving his Forward Racing S15. He's got some qualifying victories in very challenging weather at Agora Drive. He's got an event victory, it was in Krasnoyarsk. That was not so long ago, it was this year. Timofey Dobrovolsky, who doesn't really like qualifying in the first group, but this time the draw took him there. Timofey is running through the first sweeper, carefully reducing the angle, and then he adds more in touch and go 3. And then along the white line, he is sliding with his rear wheel. The white line is the border of the track, and the yellow means out, and this is a penalty, but Timofey nails the line easily. Doesn't let his vehicle leave the configuration. He takes touch and go 6 and shifts to the outside, does a transition in order to draw this smoky sweeper. There's only one clip left, number 10, and here is the finish. So this is a very good pace, which I want to point out. But Vladimir Safonov has already told you, my dear friends, that no speed criterion is applied. No speed, only hardcore, only the judges' eyes and the impressions of the run. It would be fun if Vladimir Safonov was standing with a stopwatch. But if you recall some archive Formula One videos, very often the drivers' girlfriends did the timing. Well, our drivers also have girlfriends, so they could also do it. But we don't have enough stopwatches, only smartphones. So maybe there's still a plant that still manufactures mechanic stopwatches. So we could buy enough, sell them out at RDS shops so that our spectators could use them and feel a part of the event. As far as Timofey's run is concerned, here at the venue, I guess the N1 and Partshok Max is not very comfortable suspension due to this pretzel character of the configuration. For high-speed track, the front suspension is better, but Timofey Dobrovolsky is nailing the assignment. Here, the thing is that the car is controlled from the rear wheels. It is rear-driven. Speaking about wise fob, there is a lot more grip on the front axle, so that the car spins around the front axle. On one hand, it's easier to control, but on the other, sometimes it's a little slower than the configurations that Timofey Dobrovolsky is used to. Here we see Timofey Dobrovolsky in his cockpit. This is how you initiate. So write down, make notes, but don't repeat it at home because it is performed by a professional. But if you ever want, you've got this reference, you've got this example, and this is the traditional handbrake that Timofey has got, even though many drivers prefer a vertical handbrake. But this is a Siberian style, and Timofey feels very comfortable in this cockpit. As far as the car's behavior is concerned, and the drift dynamics diagrams, which still work, because Vladimir Safonov doesn't need any drift dynamic system, but I guess now the system works for me, so I can find some data for you and provide you with the necessary information. For example, using the dynamics diagrams, I can compare the run of Mikhail Davidyan's and the run of Timofey Dobrovolsky. And do you know what I find? That they are very similar, but Timofey nailed it. Look at this. Wow. First of all, in terms of the style, and look at this. In the very first group of the qualifying, we've got 99.5. Catch me if you can. 99.5. Timofey Dobrovolsky is getting his very first qualifying run. God damn it. So yes, it was worth waking up in the morning, right? I guess Timofey didn't want to wake up saying, oh, come on, why am I in the first group? And now I guess he must be very happy. Let me breathe out. Whew, Arseniy Varavin, Nissan Skyline with a 3-liter RB engine under the hood. Arseniy Varavin. This is a real time machine. We haven't seen Skylines for a while, and now you can enjoy this while you have the chance. Arseniy is reducing the angle. Now he's decisively increasing it in the deceleration zone. Yes, you can do this. You're supposed to do this. Wow, what a great spin. And now it looks like he gets 5-point penalty. We will check it on replays if the car was still in the borders of the track. I hope that the staff will check for any debris left on the asphalt. And now he collects the clips on the outside edge of the track. These are not very expensive, and they're relatively easy to collect, and Arseniy, of course, does it. This is old school vehicle. First of all, this is about the powertrain, I mean the engine. They got a diesel block RD28, and they installed a stroker kit. It sounds like a rocket engine name, doesn't it? A little piece of the contact spot was still on the line, and a little piece of metal just fell off. Did you see that? And the engine is 2.98 liters, almost 3 liters. But these are kind of drag racing technology to a great extent. But generally, it is all transmitted through a gear set transmission to the Nissan reductor. And now let's get back to the technical failure of Ilya Popov, number 22, which is very sad for all of us. This incident was not in a solo run. Arseniy Varavin was also involved. In the practice run, Arseniy was the leader, and he pulled Ilya Popov after him, while Arseniy Varavin's car is in a good shape, even though both rear wheels were damaged, but he managed to fix them during the night. But Ilya Popov had much harder consequences for the car body, even though a Nissan R33 is quite an adult kind of car in terms of racing, but still his body managed to stand these loads. You can see the team members congratulating Timofey Dobrovolsky. It was phenomenal, an excellent run. Yes, it is called Catch Me If You Can. But we will see if Timofey Dobrovolsky can improve it and get 100 points. I don't know what Stanisław Dalgi found, what the half a point. Maybe that was the angle correction in the deceleration zone. But this is not very strictly penalized. I saw the same angle diagram in Mikhail Davidians, and there, in terms of the assignment, the angle has to be smoothly reduced and then added. No leaps in the angle were found, and the transition, yes, the transition is pretty sharp, you could tell. But as far as these movements are concerned, they look quite smooth and soft. But we will ask the judges later what is that spot on the sun that they found, because the run was magnificent. Why I mentioned the diagrams? Because the driver managed to fulfill the assignment, and we expect a 90 plus. But then there are details related to the pace, and Timofey was stepping on the accelerator pedal, very actively working with criteria. And yes, here you see -5 points. This is one wheel outside the track, but this is the double penalty zone from touch and go 3 to touch and go 4/2. There you're not allowed to go outside at all. Now we'll see the score of Arseny Varavin, and this is a total of 79.5. As far as the angle score of Timofey Dobrovolsky is concerned, let's get back to the statistics. It is impossible to get a maximum for the angle. You can remove Mikhail Davidians from the tower, but you still cannot have maximum for the angle. Now, Anton Kozlov, vice champion of RDS GP, is now at the starting arch. He's also a two-time winner of the junior series. He was even renamed so that Anton stops winning. He's also a champion of RDS West and RDS Europe. And now here comes the initiation. Sector 1. He is collecting the first two clips on the white line. Anton Kozlov represents car wheel racing. Now here he is smoother in the angle change. Let's see if he gets the necessary score for this criteria. Now he takes two touch and goes, number 4, does a transition touch and go 5, then in shift inward. Wow, this is so beautiful. I love the way he slides along the border of the track through touch and go 7 to the last transition, touch and go 8, and whoa. I think one wheel just slipped outside, but now Anton brings the entire structure back, and then the wheel slips away once again. It looks like here in sector 3 he will be getting 4 points penalty, but it is such a pity. It was so great. Let me remind you one important thing. If a driver gets one wheel outside, he can go through the entire sweeper with one wheel outside. It will be a 2-point penalty. But if he goes out, then returns and get back out again, this makes 2 penalties. But here, I don't think it's 200% or 100% that there will be 2 penalties. But the judges are very strict with the configuration border. Anton Novikov has just smelled the blood. He's back home. I remind you that Anton Novikov was not a judge throughout the season. He was our judge in 2022 and 2023, after which he decided to go on a managerial position in Start Pro Stars IMOL team. But this was his decision. Now he decided to come back because Mikhail Davidians is now a driver. We've got 2 judges from the drivers, and they decided to get back to the drivers, Andrei Astapov and Mikhail Davidians. And this is what I spoke about. I mean, the front suspension. This vehicle also has got a Toyota Supra A80 suspension. Interestingly, both of these cars are BMWs, but they've got Supra suspensions, and they're in the same group. And this is an F22. This is a second generation BMW. In BMW catalog, this is supposed to be smaller in size, but we know that with time the cars tend to grow. They gain weight, they get fat. The 2 of a previous generation is even larger than the 3 of the 3rd generation. I mean an E36 BMW. In the first group, we also have got 2 initiation speed record breakers. Timofey Dobrovolsky, who yesterday initiated at a speed of 123 kilometers per hour into the angle of 70 degrees. Yes, Anton Kozlov was also one of the fastest drivers. Yes, this is -4, very sad penalty for having one wheel outside 2 times in the last sector. And in terms of the style, he's got 1-point penalties, and one of them is definitely for the attempt to bring the car back to the configuration. But still, it looks amazing even with these penalties, 94 points. Speaking about the style judge, it's not only the eyes that he is using, but the ears, because he's got to listen to the sounds of the engine. Now, Andrei Ryabov from Stars IMO from Moscow, BMW 30 with M62 with a KAMAZ supercharger. Yes, sometimes such things also happens. We've got a lot of exotic vehicles in the first group. They show the maximum of technical creativity for what we love drifting for. Andrei Ryabov is drawing the beautiful line, and along the outside line of the track, he is losing one wheel outside. He still takes touch and go 3, and this is gonna be a number 5, but this is gonna be a penalty. Now he makes the transition to collect touch and go 5. Yes, he's working with the acceleration in quite a weird way. Then he goes to touch and go 6 and 7 to the last transition, and another wheel is outside again. The E30 doesn't want to stick to the established references, so Andrei Ryabov will have to speak to his car. And now, congratulations on a top 32 position. An E30, I mean the body, on the acceleration can sometimes roll outside, and I guess this is what is happening to this car. I don't know what an antidote you can invent. Probably the team can figure it out, but I feel that this car has problem pushing outside. And generally, the car of Andrei Ryabov behaves like this quite often. He had wheels outside pretty often, as I could see, but these are the specificities of its structure. The rear part of this car is quite lightweight, even though it has a 4-piston engine, even though we've seen some 6-piston like B30, B35. Very interesting engine. So, here, when we're speaking about a V8 turbo under the bonnet of this car, like this one that you see, this is an engine that breaks the balance even more, but the car is lighter than the established minimum because it has to be 1,250 kilos, and this is a unified weight, so this car has to carry ballast, and it is installed in the rear part in order to balance the vehicle out. And by the way, it really helps, but at the same time, all these balance problems around the front axle can sometimes affect the movement. But Andrei Ryabov has got used to it. He is a rookie of RDS Open, and this season he made it to top 4 at the Nizhny Novgorod event, which was our 4th in the calendar. All right, so we are ready to continue to see the score of Andrei Ryabov. This season we had 2 double events when both series carried out their events at the same locations. One was in Nizhny Novgorod and the other was in Krasnoyarsk. And this was an interesting experience. It was a real drifting festival for the locals. Next season I suggest that we change the sequence, first GP and then Open, or vice versa. -9 for the wheels. We have calculated it ourselves on the process. In terms of the angle and the style, there are some penalties as well, but still it is a pretty decent run. If no wheels were outside, it would have been much better. But there is no subjunctive mood in drifting. This is a total of 82 points. Not bad. I won't tell you that is not beautiful or whatever. But you know what to improve here. And we've got the leader of the B subgroup, Mikhail Davidyans from Transpark team, BMW E30. This is the only 2.5-liter engine. Let's go. Mikhail Davidyans, who for the first run got 91.5 points, knows what to do now because some of his colleagues just showed him a reference. Now Mikhail Davidyans is running at a very good pace, collecting touch and go 3, then he's going to the deceleration zone, and all wheels are still in. He takes touch and goes 4/1/2, transitions into touch and go 5. Then he shifts inwards, just like he has done multiple times, collecting very valuable inner clip, which goes to 4 points. And then to touch and go 7, he goes to the last transition into the final sweeper of the qualifying configuration. These are the last clips, and this is the white line underneath the right rear wheel without any penalties. Let's get back to our contemplations on the BMW E30 suspension. Here on this E30, the front suspension is an E36 suspension because constructively this suspension is better designed than the standard E30 suspension, and you can see how comfortably it enables the driver to spin the vehicle around. It is very well controlled, and it also allows the driver to run at any angle you want. If you want the small one, it is small. If you want it large, then it's large. You can see it on the right-hand side of your screen. This is simply clever, very beautiful. Yes, I really love the run of Mikhail Davidyants. I love him nailing this assignment. I want to check the timing. Timofey Dobrovolsky's results. I'm not even speaking about the results. I'm just checking out the timing. But Sergei Davidadze had 41.6 seconds, which is 1 second slower than Mikhail Davidyants. And also he had lots of line mistakes, unfortunately. But let me remind you one more time that Sergei has got another run where he can definitely improve his performance. He's got to do it. But you can see how the smoke is driven by the exhaust gases. Here is Denis Migal and Fyodor Vorobyov. You can tell how warm it is. Denis is wearing a hat. Well, this is beautiful. This is great. If there wasn't Timofey Dobrovolsky, it would have been even more beautiful. In the second sector, this half a point were deducted for opening the acceleration a little late, 1 second late. And this is a total of 98.5 points. Mikhail Davidyants is getting a very high point for his second run. Still, the highest is the result of Timofey Dobrovolsky, but Timofey Dobrovolsky hasn't done his second run yet. Now, here's the second run for the driver number 888, Sergei Davidadze from Samara on board his BMW E36 with the suspension of a Supra and lots of 8s everywhere. Now let's go. The first run in for the second run, the final run for Sergei Davidadze. The initiation doesn't have to be sharp, but he's got to take touch and go too, which he fails to do. Here he did some very big corrections, which you could see even on the screen. Here I've got to hope that the rear wheel was still on the track. Then transition touch and go 5, and then he's spinning his car around in order to collect touch and go number 6. And touch and go number 7 is also better taken. However, this is something he didn't have to do for sure. Sergei Davidadze is now finishing his second qualifying run with a huge list of what he's got to work on before the tandem runs begin. At some point, I thought that Sergei Davidadze was about to lose his right front wheel because the pressure was extremely low. But, well, as far as Mikhail Davidyantse's performance is concerned, 98.5, Mikhail Davidyantse is currently the leader of a B subgroup. We don't want to compare them directly because, well, these are different. Even though these beautiful things are hard not to compare. And the configuration is the same. The background is the same. And I believe that this configuration is not even good for GP vehicles because they're very powerful. The weather is cool, there's not too much grip. So partially the sunny but windy weather mitigates the opportunities in terms of how you apply your Newton meters to the asphalt. We've had some better grips here. Sometimes we had a grippier tire, even though last year many drivers used the same tire. Last year it was a challenge for the RDS Europe drivers because 235 Westlake was used by RDS Europe and 265 Linglong was used by the GP guys. And what the Europe drivers said, that Linglong has less side grip, but at the same time it is a little better in pushing because of the bigger contact spot. It doesn't work directly. I mean, like the wider, the larger the contact spot, the faster you go. There is a very complicated formula that considers the weight and the load on the wheel, but globally, until a certain moment, the wider the better. And at the moment when you start overdoing it, when the contact spot gets too big, your car turns into an all-terrain vehicle and it doesn't push off the asphalt well enough. But in our rules, we had the differentiation of the car weight. So if your car was heavier, you could get a wider car. If you had a lighter car, you could get a narrower one. But back then, we all recall Anton Kozlov, a lightweight car in good hands, seems to be invincible. And cars from different weight categories cannot really stand together in tandem runs. This is Sergei Yermakov, who is waiting for his run, and Yegor Filko, his friend, who took part in RDS Open in next competition. Sergei Kuznetsov was also out there. So this is the Samara and Tolyatti community. They're all here. So the score for Sergei Davidadze have been prepared, and this is the way it looks. Pretty pessimistic. But what can you do? In the first run, he had 68.5 points. And if my mathematic talent has let me down, this is 67. I mean, no improvement. 19, 26, and 22 for the style angle and the line. Yes, this is 67. I am right. So there is no improvement. Sometimes I'm good at calculations. Tomorrow, before top 32, there will be a practice. So, dear spectators, if you want to get more information and see the drivers and the combinations in which they don't compete in top 32, you can have it. And now attention, attention, here comes the qualifying leader with 99.5 points. Timofey Dobrovolsky, Takama forward Auton, he's going on his second run. Timofey Dobrovolsky established a very strong reference, which is very hard to reach. Now Timofey is reducing the angle, then getting more, collects touch and go 3, breaks in touch and go 4 on the white line without breaking the borders of the track. And here I think one wheel has been outside, but without crossing it. What has or hasn't crossed it. Now a 4-point clip. Whoa, 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 I think the line was too wide here. Timofey Dobrovolsky was trying to run a little faster. The speed has increased, but the pace has been broken. Now Timofey Dobrovolsky is finishing his qualifying run. So 99.5 seems to stay, but I'm impressed with the second run as well. The second run was kind of a experimental one. You can tell that Timofey definitely completed all the missions in the first run, but if it was 100 points, it would have definitely been a big statement for success, which would be almost guaranteed. And the person who could outperform him in this situation would be someone who could do a 100-point run twice, but unfortunately this is not 100 points. Stanislav Dolgik found some micro mistake in the angle of a half point, but half a point on the camera is almost impossible to see. Sometimes you do, but it's more than a no than a yes, because the micro corrections can only be seen with the naked eye, only when you are there, standing on the judges' tower. And here, the judges have to rely upon their experience and their eyes, and that's it. There's one more thing that I noticed, which is a stepwise correction before touch and go 2 after the initiation. It is also very hard to see. You could only spot it on the replay. But once again, very often, even Drift Dynamics doesn't see these corrections. But nevertheless, when the car body begins to rock, you can always detect it. And then the angle judge has some cognitive dissonance, because he doesn't see it on the diagram, but he sees it with his eyes, and he has to decide what to do with it. After the first transition, Timofey increased the angle, and the speed was also slightly higher, even not too much, but the diagrams of the two runs are not absolutely the same. There are some slight details when they're almost the same, but not exactly. As though 2 copies of a document made on a typewriter. You remember how it looked. But Timofey Dobrovolsky showed an amazing stability, an amazing first run. And the second run was more of a rehearsal. Like, what happens if I run a little faster, a little differently? Because our athletes are not only drivers. They're also creative people. Yes, one wheel was outside the double penalty zone, so there will be no improvement. Yes, of course, until the last moment we wanted to believe, but no. This is the result. 21 for the line only, then 34.5 for the angle, and this makes a total of 89.5 points, which is, of course, a little disappointing. 10 points less than in run 1. And now we proceed to Arseny Varavin, who had 79.5 points in run number 1. This is Nissan Skyline R33. Lots of different logos and symbols on the car. Those who can read in Japanese may enjoy it. But now let's check out his run number 2. He's already in the first sweeper. Touch and go 3 is on the agenda. Yes, he takes it. And then there are 2 touch and goes, number 4 in the double penalty zone. This is one wheel outside the track. And if he went a little later, the penalty would have been less. Arseny Varavin is also very easy on touch and goes 5, but he collects number 6. To touch and goes 7, he goes to the second transition. And then he goes on the last sweeper with 3 control points. Wow, this is unexpected. We haven't seen anything like this. Skipping touch and go 9 and then going outside. This is an absolutely wrong line at the same time, while touch and goes 9 and 10 are the cheapest ones because the judges consider them the easiest to take. But this time there is a failure. Sometimes things happen. Anything can fail. Absolutely anything, even in automatic mechanisms. And Nissan Skyline R33, with all my love, is not the newest of the vehicles. But of course, I'm kidding. This is all my humor. But anyway, skipping a touch and go and having one wheel outside is -3. But if you do it in the interval from touch and go 3 until the transition, this maneuver can cost you up to 8 points. You can imagine the difference, how different the penalties are, but you can tell this is because of the difficulty of this or that interval on the line in terms of what you've got to do it all correctly in this or that point of the track. In the final curve, you just need to vector your car in the correct way to collect touch and go 8, then press the accelerator, and then your car will simply slide on the sweeper even without your participation. Yes, the vector was too much inward. I guess probably he still took the touch and go number 9 on the very edge. We'll see it on replays now. And traditionally, this Japanese style in the livery of Arseny's vehicle, he comes from the Far East. We haven't seen anything like that for a while. In past, it used to be a common thing, but now it's more of a nostalgic motive. A slightly adapted Japanese style can be found in the car of Roman Tivadar from Takayama Forward Auto. There are some references to Japanese culture. There are some references to Top Secret, because they also used a lot of gold color. But nevertheless, this is beautiful. This is original in a way. And now Anton Kozlov is coming on your screens. This is a more racing style livery because Carville Racing has been through lots of racing disciplines, including rallies, circuit racing, and in various classes. And we all remember Grigory Burlutsky, who is a Russian champion in circuit racing in touring light class, and he's got a Master of Sports title that he's been carrying with great honor. We've got degrees from 1 to 3, a candidate of sport, and he's a Master of Sports. And as a Master of Sports, is a title you get forever. But unfortunately, he couldn't carry his title to the final. But we've got Anton Kozlov, we've got Ivan Palmin, two representatives of Carville Racing, and we will see them today. We're looking forward. Ivan Palmin is a bronze prize winner of our Russian Cup. And secondly, number 28, and Ivan Palmin will be the 27th in our sequence due to the technical failure of Ilya Popov. We are still waiting for the scores of Arseny Varavin. Anton Kozlov is coming next. His first run was very intriguing. He had 94 points. And there he could even compete with Timofey, I guess. And I remind you, dear friends, that today we've got only the parade with an autograph session. And if you've got a standard ticket, you can purchase the autograph session option additionally. And tomorrow the autograph session will be at the service park, which is also very beautiful. It is super cool. Our spectators' activities are great this year. We've got a real car expo in the service park with the TEBOIL tent with lots and lots of interesting things. You've got to go there to get your bonuses. If you are still not in the loyalty program, you can take part, you can join, and you can get your welcome bonuses. -7, -5, and -2. And regardless of all this abundance of penalties, Arseny Varavin still goes to the tandem runs because he's got a non-zero result. There is no improvement, but this is more of an attempt to improve it, but not very a successful one. Now, in the meanwhile, here comes Anton Kozlov from Ulyanovsk Carville Racing on board his BMW F22 800 HP JZ GTE. And he decided not to experiment with the engine anymore, and now he's been experimenting on the suspension. And he is. F22 is braking on the scored session of the track. I didn't even take if he took touch and go number 2. I hope he did. Now after touch and go 3, this is time for the 4s, and one wheel is traveling to the yellow zone, bringing him a 5-point penalty. Then a transition, touch and go 5. No questions whatsoever. Now this is time to slide along the outside edge of the track. He's taking touch and go number 6, then the last transition. And this is a scored section of the track, which is not very rich in transitions. There are only 2. And once again, a wheel outside. This is what the Need for Speed does for the drivers. It looks like a memory of an A30 that I just saw, because lots of wheels outside there have been, but I wouldn't say that this run looked any super fast. There were some experiments done on the rear suspension on the vehicle. Anton Kozlov has been working on the technical solution by Weissfab, trying to make the car squat less, which is a general problem of F22s, because then you lose your control over the front axle because the weight distribution works this way. But finally it was decided that this is not a good kind of solution, and they decided to get back to the standard kit, because you can also work with springs. If you want, you can get like harder springs. When it's raining, you can take softer springs. And this is the entire thing. Here one wheel was definitely outside. He takes touch and go number 2. You need to have 2 wheels outside not to take the outside clip. As far as the inner clip is concerned, if your one wheel is in the no-go zone or outside, you still hit the touch and go with another wheel, but it's got to be the correct wheel. In this situation, we've got only one inner touch and go. This is number 6, and it has to be taken with the front right wheel. Very rarely you can collect it with 2 wheels, but they are not big enough. These are squares, and they are 2.1 meters big. I mean, the side of the square is 2.1 meters. So when you're running at a high speed, it's very hard to hit them. And when the style is now reduced to speed alone, when the judges use seconds to evaluate the performance in different sectors, you have to aim at the outside sides of the touch and goes. But at the same time, running at a high speed, the drivers couldn't miss the touch and goes, because that would be a penalty for the missed touch and go, and -1 for the style if you run at a slower speed than required. I'm now checking the initiation speed, and this far no one has been faster than 121 kilometers per hour. Here you can see how you can collect all the touch and goes but still get -9 for the wheels. There's only 21 for the line, which is almost a third. Yes, the Need for Speed played a bad joke on Anton Kozlov, and there is no improvement. This is 88.5, which reminds me the performance of Timofey Dobrovolsky, who also had a brilliant first attempt. Anton has got some more deductions. Timofey hardly has any. And there is another attempt for improvement for Andrei Ryabov. Anton says he's pretty content with his performance. 94 is not bad. Andrei Ryabov, BMW E30 V8 turbo gear set transmission, and here is running These cars have a lot of scars because this season has been hard for everyone. And Andrei Ryabov is doing his second qualifying run. The first one was evaluated as 82 points. Here there is no angle increase. Here he's got to work more on the angle, and unfortunately the right rear wheel is still on the yellow line, which is not allowed. Yellow lines are drawn for better visibility, and going on them works as violation of the line. Andrei Ryabov transitions for the second time, and there's a big question about the borders of the track. And now in the meanwhile, Andrei, oh wow, here's at the finish, he's also outside. In the burnout area, you can see Fyodor Vorobyov, because Roman Tivadar, who is supposed to open Group 1, has already left the burnout. As far as the structure of Andrei Ryabov's vehicle is concerned, it's very curious. It's got a BMW engine, a gear set transmission, very standard solution. The gear is a Nissan. But this is a very strong part. I mean, of all the stock parts that exist on planet Earth, it's an 8 or 8.5 gear, which is better than gold and rarer than some indium or any other element. And for this reason, the drivers prefer Nissan R200 or R230. They are very widely spread. They are installed on lots of vehicles. You can find them in lots of varieties. And R200 is a JZ in the gear world if you don't take the Winters or Bulldogs, who belong to a different price category. Now let's listen to Alicia and her interlocutor or interlocutors. Good morning, my friends. Good morning, Rostov. And now we're here at Rostov Arena at TEBOIL RDS Superfinal 2025. We begin a series of our traditional interviews with the intermediate qualifying leaders. Today I'm gonna have several of them, and this is the first one. The leader of Group B, which is RDS Open Group, Mikhail Davidyans. He is here with you, dear friends. So, Mikhail, 98.5 is an amazing result for all those who start the first group of the qualifying. Do you think our judges are generous, or do you think you took it away from your opponents? I watched the replay of my run, and I really loved the way it looked. It was a really cool one. I'm absolutely satisfied with my performance because I was the one opening the qualifying. Yesterday I wrote in my social media that statistically the one who opens the qualifying never wins. But I really don't like statistics. I never loved it since school, so I don't love it now as well. And I hope that this score will be enough for me to win. But 1.5 point is a good gap because we've got lots of representatives of RDS Open who are definitely capable of doing a 99.5 or 100 points run. So I'm going to watch. But the most important thing is that I'm content. I wasn't stressed. I enjoyed the run. I loved it. And it's great that the weather is dry. Who do you think may overrun you? You know, all of our drivers are strong enough. But I guess Sergei Bossman, who is driving a 92, and Nikita Migal can also compete with me. And Fyodor Vorobyov is also a very good one, but yesterday he hardly practiced. He did only one loop because he had a technical problem, and this may save me. This Sergei Yermakov and Nikita Migal that Mikhail Davidyans is afraid of. Now you can go and relax, and now let me take a brief conversation with the A group lead, and this is RDS GP group. Timofey Dobrovolsky is with us representing Takayama Forward Auto. Timofey, this was a brilliant 99.5 result. Could you please share your impressions? I told you that this is my first time when I hit all the clips, and it turned out to be enough. And I'm sure that we've got 10 or 15 people at least who can do a 100-point run. Yesterday, they definitely did 100-point runs during the practice sessions. So I just loved it. I loved my run, and I think that half a point was taken away from the style, but it was the angle. I didn't know where to get them back, and where you don't know what to improve, you start trying to invent things. This is why my second run wasn't good enough. Look how good eye Stanislav Dolgih has got. He saw that deduction. But I guess you can talk to him after the qualifying and ask him. He will definitely share it with you. How do you feel? Great. I slept 15 hours. I love sleeping much. And this is why I feel great. The weather is amazing. The spectators came to Rostov, and I love it. That's great. We are sending you a lot of good mood. We are trying to strengthen this event. We welcome all the spectators here at Rostov Arena. Let's continue with the second group. My brain got almost jammed. I was trying to understand what time Timofey Dobrovolsky went to bed. All right, now Andrei Ryabov has got his score, and there is an improvement. Yes, 21 for the line, 30.5 for the angle, and 32.5 for the style. And this is now 84 points. Yes, there is an improvement, but his position in B group doesn't change. Almost 10-point deduction for the wheels alone. He could definitely get a 90 plus. But now here comes Anatoly Kizin. 812 is his starting number. City of St. Petersburg, BMW E92. At JZ sequential gear set. And here we go. Roman Tivadar will be coming after Fyodor Vorobyov. And now Anatoly Kizin decided to escape with one wheel, but he decided not to do it, and now he is running to touch and go number 3. The E92 wearing the VS team livery, but Anatoly doesn't represent this team anymore. This time he is on his own. He loses one wheel outside in the double penalty area. Then 5/2 is missed, which is more valuable than the first part. I mean, 5/1. He takes touch and go number 6, does the last transition. This dotted line means the no-go zone, but this time there is no violation whatsoever. Anatoly Kizin, in the meanwhile, at a good pace, is running through the last sweeper and finishes his solo run. Now we're waiting for the score. This is very disappointing to see this mistake. It was small, but still it is very sensitive in terms of the score. This is a penalty at the very beginning with the run. And as far as our touch-in goes, 4/1/2 and 5/1/2 make a very interesting picture because they are not equal, which is pretty rare. 4/1 costs 3, 4/2 costs 2, 5/1 costs 2 points, and 5/2 costs 3 points. 2-3, then 3-2. But the line assignment sometimes can be pretty complicated in the score. Sometimes it looks like a phone number. Whatever, let's get back to the run of Anatoly Kizin. This looks pretty well. And you understand, St. Petersburg, this guy is very used to concrete coliseums, which are maybe 1.5 or even 2 times smaller. I'm speaking about the Igora Drive venue where we hold Igora Drive events, which is pretty small. There we can see some serious battles. Maybe the speeds are not very high, but first of all, the spectators can see it all. And the spectator stands are built in a genius way. I mean, they see it all right underneath. And here the view is also amazing. I took a stroll along the spectator stand. I really loved it. And the speeds at Igora Drive, even though the venue is pretty small, the speed can be very high, up to 100 kilometers per hour. Here, everything is a little faster in terms of the speed. In terms of the timing of the run, it's different because it is 790 meters long configuration, which is a Russian record on the parking lot configurations. Even though Andrei Astapov is also a great lover of super long configurations, and he sometimes draws very long configurations in his regional events. So now we can also check the average speeds. Let's check out Timofey Dobrovolsky. Who else, right? In the first run, his average speed was 62 kilometers per hour, which is solid. That is very robust. And this is like a GP average speed. There are some faster speeds like the drive classic, but nevertheless. Now, Fyodor Vorobyov is preparing for his first run, and he had a very dramatic practice session yesterday. He hardly had any. Fyodor Vorobyov did a 1 loop. Yes, Anatoly Kisin has got -10 for the line, minus half a point for the angle. So the rest, except for the line, is amazing. In style, -2 signifies the correction. But still, he's got another run to do in order to improve his result. Even now, it's not bad. It's 87 points. And he's currently 3rd in a subgroup. So let's get back to Fyodor Vorobyov. In his very first practice run, first he did a straight wheel run, and the second time when he wanted to drift, his drive shaft and his gear was off, and he couldn't even get to the finish. We showed it yesterday on our news, but I hope everything has been fixed now. And now Fyodor Vorobyov is doing his first battle solo run. This is touch and go 1, and then he starts collecting the clips on the outside edge of the track. Here is touch and go 3 is taken by the rear right wheel of the car. I have so many memories I watched this car. Then transition number 1, which is 1, but last collects touch and go number 5, but 5/2 is taken on the edge. Takes touch and go 6 without any questions, and the last transition. And here it looks like his wheel crosses the white line, and then the dancing begins. This is a great first run. And by the way, Timofey said that this was his first run when he collected all the clips. He doesn't mean his career. He means this configuration. I want to point it out because many drivers have been fighting for the speed because no one knew if the time criterion would or would not apply. And they were trying to run at the limits. The first qualifying run and the 3rd run all in all for Fyodor Vorobyov. At the first event of RDS Open, which was held here at Rostov, the configuration was different. And for Fyodor, RDS Open configuration was harder than this one offered at Russian Cup, TEBOIL RDS Superfinal. And by the way, speaking about our sponsors, we also have an official healthy sponsor, Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition for your fitness goals. Our friends have got a food truck of healthy meals available at the food court. It is here in Rostov, so you've got a chance to taste it and try this food throughout the day. As far as Fyodor Vorobyov's car is concerned, this is a kind of a solution that deserves a prize. Almost a Nobel Prize, I guess, in terms of engineering. I don't know if there is an engineering Nobel Prize or not. There should be, because Fyodor has been driving this car since his first days in drifting. Since 2007, Fyodor Vorobyov has been competing on board a Vaz. Now, there is nothing except for the windshield frame and the front bumper left of this actual car. The base has been extended. It has a 2JZ. It's got a Silvia suspension in this car, I mean the front suspension, and everything is done for drifting, and this car feels great at such configurations. This is the right environment for this car, which we know as Giga Tsari. This is a square shape, but basically this is a Silvia, because the car body is kind of square, but the inside is a Silvia, because since our designers know other shapes except for squares. But you know, this is a car designed in the 1960s, and this is an era when it was decided to go for rationality. And this is the livery that we told you about, the gold-colored livery of Roman Tivodar's vehicle. This is a reference to Japanese culture. Roman Tivodar is a great fan of Japanese drifting. He loves Japanese aesthetics in drifting. He's an ambassador of Japanese aesthetic in RDS. We've got the score of Fyodor Vorobyov, so now let's take a look at them. In several moments they will be shown up. Well, I really wonder. And for Fyodor Vorobyov, this was his first qualifying run, and this is also his practice run in a way. I hope that in the second run he will feel better He is a vice champion of RDS Open 2025. We can wait. We're not in a hurry. But I see that the line is being checked because there were lots of things that were on the edge. So now with some special tools, with the special judges channel, it is necessary to watch all the replays to check if the wheel got where it had to go. Now let's get back to Fyodor Vorobyov. Here he is, a perfect line, 30 points for the style, for the line, sorry. And no, we don't have a new leader in the subgroup, unfortunately. There are some handbrake problems which he pulled for too long, but this is his first run, including the practice. 94.5, his first full-scale run on this configuration, all in all. This is how much the experience means. And now the forward racing S15, Roman Tivadar from Sochi, Takayama forward auto. And here, in terms of the suspension configuration, everything is different from Timofey Dobrovolsky, who at this moment is the leader of a subgroup. Roman Tivadar looked great yesterday during the practice. Let's see what he can do here in the evaluated run. Now he's running touch and go number 3. Very careful. He works with the angles. And now, yes, there is 4/1, 4/2 is a little less valuable. Now it's time for the first transition. Here it is. And he collects number 5 under the left rear wheel of S15. Roman shifts inward, collecting the valuable touch and go number 6. The last transition, the last sweeper with 3 clips. He takes them 1, 2, and the last touch and go 10. Come here, says Roman Tivadar. A lot of adjustment has been made by Takayama forward auto on the car of Roman Tivadar. I watched it all from outside as I spoke to Igor Azolin and Roman Tivadar, and I listened to their conversation. They were speaking about the springs and the setups, and this is all clear. A normal situation, especially considering that Roman Tivadar doesn't have such a big experience of competing at this location, and for each venue you've got to design your own setups in terms of the angle of the wheels and the hardness of the springs, the toe and step, because sometimes all the 4 wheels can be set up in different ways. And you should also consider such a factor, which is not very obvious, that this venue is not really straight. This is a parking lot. And parking lots are not very straight because they are not liable to such requirements as racing tracks. First of all, the asphalt is different. I mean, the abrasive qualities. And this is regular asphalt. Sometimes it can be very serious on the tires. And this is something that matters a lot because the tire needs grip. And this also influences the suspension and the rear wheels. So the mission for the drivers are pretty challenging, even though it doesn't really look like this. Because, wow, come on, this is a parking lot. But in fact, there are some specific tasks that are very typical for this very configuration, but it makes this season even more interesting. I continue dreaming of having an RDS GP event at a youth place. Maybe we can find a venue which would be big enough. I guess this experience isn't very convincing. We've got some GP cars with GP tires on a parking lot, and they feel pretty comfortable here. We've had some plans about some new venues in one of the big cities of the Russian Federation, and this is quite a good venue, but the circumstances worked against Russian Drift Series this far. Roman Tivadar is now watching the replay of his run. This is Igor Azolin. So, minus 2.5. All in all together. 30 for the line, 33.5 for the angle, and 34 for the style, which makes a total of 97.5 points. Because it's very easy to calculate a perfect result. It feels so great when a beautiful run is also highly evaluated. This makes me very happy. And now Takayama forward auto should celebrate. But now it's time for another team. Likhar Одержимые Motorsport. This is Vladislav Popov and his Nissan 370Z right now. This is not the cameraman who is feeling bad. This is the wind that is swinging the platform on which the cameraman is standing. Vladislav Popov, the only of the twin brothers who is still in the saddle. Now it's time to work for himself and his brother as well. Vladislav Popov starts his first solo run in a very good way, and here are the number 4s, -5, unfortunately, but what a transition, absolutely gorgeous. You can see how Vladislav Popov spins his vehicle around. Now it's time to collect touch and go number 6, and you could tell that he can do it. And now to touch and go 7, he goes on the last transition. 8, 9, 10 stand in line on the outside edge of the track, and the last sweeper. One wheel is definitely on the yellow instead of the white, unfortunately, which gives us -7 for the line already. But once again, let's consider it to be some margin for improvement. I just took my headpiece off to listen to how the engine sounds, because it sounds like a roar, which creates a lot of echo in the surroundings. It's very impressive. The location is super cool here in Rostov-On-Don, and the background is beautiful. This new modern stadium, which was built for the soccer championship, where now Rostov Football Club plays. And this is something that I need to thank the Southern City for. Thank you for having Russian Drift Series twice in the season, at the beginning of the season and at the end of the season, in April and October. As far as the run is concerned, it didn't work out altogether. The saddest part is this one, when this right rear wheel got outside and it pulled the entire car. That would be -5 for the line. And then in the final sweeper, there was one more difficulty with keeping the wheel within the track. Yes, here you can see how car number 11 is running in a large angle and catching on the yellow. Oh, this high penalty zone. I remind you that it starts from touch and go 3 and it stretches until the transition after touch and go 4/2. This is very serious. You shouldn't get outside there. This is gonna be the key factor for many participants. This is the autograph session that starts in our tent. Wow, look at these baseball caps. I haven't seen them yet. These are really cool. My friends, speaking about baseball caps and other stuff with RDS logo, we've got RDS shop here in the spectator zone, and those watching us online can visit rds-shop.ru. You're welcome and order. Shipping is available. Everything works perfectly, and moreover, don't forget to buy our special magazine, issue number 5, which is already on sale. It was issued before the GP final, and it is now available at RDS shop. Unfortunately, Vladislav Popov gets -9 for the 9, and the rest seems so much better. Who could ever imagine? Because we are already used to seeing lots of penalties in the style while the line is perfect, but now this is 89 in total, but this is not the right score for this game. The same can be said about the second run of Timofey Dobrovolsky. Yes, all the mistakes are clear. Yes, the judges are following the regulations, but just a little correction is required, a little improvement, and it will be so much better. Now we also record Vladislav Popov to the group of drivers who are totally capable of getting a 100-point result. 89 points is the result of Vladislav Popov. He is the 4th in A group, and speaking about absolute, he is 6th in the rating. And my friends, I remind you that today we got the drivers' parade and the autograph session on the racing track. And now let's take a little break for several commercials.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. появляются моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель. Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена. На нее даже ни разу не нападали.
А это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Авто.ру. История авто бесплатно.
Третья колонка готова. Ваши свежие круассаны и какао с собой.
Добро пожаловать на новый АЗС международного бренда TEBOIL. Здесь вас всегда ждет приветливый сервис, уютное кафе и качественное топливо. TEBOIL. Хорошо, как дома.
В 2024-м явных преимуществ технических не было ни у кого.
За РДС Европы, ребята, надо следить. Там
нормальные пацаны ездят.
Там вырастает будущее. Все прекрасно. Мы не проиграли сегодня.
Наверное, дрифт — это вообще история настолько уникальная, что и сравнивать не с чем. Мы одни такие.
Шинная борьба. 4-й сезон.
И не сказали, что вы не успеваете.
Я думаю, что мы им показали, что они не такие недосягаемые, как, возможно, некоторым из них кажется. Темная лошадка, казалось бы, ноунейм-пилот может стать чемпионом. Повторить это сложно, а без подготовки должной невозможно.
We're back on air, and this is the Russian Cup 2025 TEBOIL RDS Superfinal. And this is our next contender. This is Valery Bogacharov, a driver of RDS Open on board his BMW E92. He had a very good season, and now he can complete it in a very beautiful way. This way he's riding well. He collects the first two clips, and now Valery is touching the border of the no-go zone, and then he goes into the deceleration zone, pressing the right pedal on the time. And now on the very, very edge, he takes one of the touch and goes. Number 4, this far he is helping his vehicle with the left foot to find the right line and collect touch and go 6. And now he's running to touch and go 7 to the second transition. And this is it, where he is running exactly within the borders of the track. Now he's got to collect the last clip, and still one will leave the track. It turns out to be so hard. It's good that it happens in the little penalty zone. In this season, Valery Bogacharov was second, 2 podiums, and even aspirations for top 3, which held until the very last event. But unfortunately, at the final in Kazan, Valery wasn't that lucky, and he didn't even get into top 3. He also lost place 4 to Mikhail Davidyans. But nevertheless, in the previous season, which was 2024, this is a really outstanding result for this driver. A great progress, because in 2024, Valery Bogacharov was 23rd only. Can you imagine what a huge progress has been done by this driver? But, well, you can tell that he looks very well. But last year, this was a newly built car, a sequential transmission, a very powerful JZ GTE engine. You can tell that the turbocharger is probably not the most powerful ever, which is an analog of Garrett G30. And if you want it, when your engine is more or less prepared, all the pistons and everything, you can get a larger turbocharger, and then instead of 600 HP, you can get around 850 and be quite competitive even in RDS-GP. But after the previous season, we can come to the conclusion that this crazy power that you can get on the bench, with is not usually applied in real life, especially in such a season that we had, when we had rains at every event and lots of other natural disasters. But even in dry weather, the drivers confessed that they don't use the maximum of their car's capacities, because all the racings, all the motorsport disciplines are relying on the tire capacity, no matter the discipline. If you have grip, you can apply more torque. And here everything is pretty understandable, and it was a very wise decision to use the mono tire. Unfortunately, there is -2 point for the line, and there is 32 for the angle and 32 for the style, which is good as well. A very high quality run. There is space for improvement, and we haven't seen a 90+ result, and this is 92, and he's 3rd in B group. Let me also draw your attention to the fact that Valery Bogacharov is a candidate of sports for a second, just like this guy, by the way, who got his 2nd championship title and also the sports title. Arkady Tseregratsev, champion of this season of RDS-GP, 2-time champion of RDS-GP, vice champion of the world. Arkady Tseregratsev is starting his first solo run. Yesterday, he also didn't practice very intensively, so it makes it more exciting to watch him now. Very big angle increase, and now he's breaking into touch and goes number 4. Well, this is a beautiful angle. A good and sharp transition, and then he shifts towards touch and go number 6, because here he can feel the moment where the no-go zone finishes. And unfortunately, there is a wheel outside in the last sweeper. Once again, fortunately, this is not -5, but still there is a minus. And a 360 spin for all the spectators. I hope the judges don't consider it to be an uncontrollable finish. But it was around 40 meters away from the finish. Arkady Tseregratsev knows what to do, so that no one doubts. By the way, this angle increase, to my mind, is a little more predictable kind of movement than the one that Timofey did, because Timofey started this spin and touch and go 3, and it was sharper. And here, Arkady started it before the deceleration zone, before touch and go 3. He started adding the angle, and let's see if in the 2nd sector he gets any other angle penalty. If there is none, it means that he does everything correctly. This would be interesting to compare. Yeah, so the spin begins even before the beginning. I guess this will be a style deduction rather than an angle deduction, even though the front wheels were outside the dotted line. And as far as I understand, the borders apply to the entire car body, not only to the rear wheels. This was a cool run. Too bad the wheel was outside at the very end, at the beginning of the last sweeper. Yes, the practice deficit takes its toll. You can tell. He had only 1 practice run yesterday, and then immediately his screamer pipe fell off. And without it, you can race, but it's kind of dangerous because then there is an open space under the hood. But Arkady Tseregrazov knows what open flame is like, and Arkady first of all comes back because his engine starts working funny. Maybe he felt some other symptoms, but he did it right because this is also a good result. It's productive. He's in top 32. The most important thing is the angle in the round touch and go 3. Drift Dynamics shows 63 degrees. Then there were 19 only, and then after 19 there were some wavy movements, and it ended up with 75 degrees right before the transition. Stanislav Dolgich said that for this angle increase before the transition you can get quite a big penalty even if the transition is sharp enough, as Arkady did. But once again, it would be very exciting to check out his score and see whether it is really so. We should also mention that the angle correction happened in touch and go 4/2, and the angle increase right before the transition would be very strictly penalized because it creates a serious obstacle for the chaser. And there Arkady added some angle and then he reduced it back again. He started reducing it gradually, step by step, and then he went smoothly to the transition. So before the transition, this angle increase was after a little pause. 3.5 point penalty in sector 1. This is touch and go 3 and 3 for touch and go 2. Yes, this is not the reference run. But at least now we understand more about the judges' assignment. 89.5 is the first result of Arkady Tseregrazov, so there is space for improvement. The second run of the second group is about to start, and it will be opened by Anatoly Kizin from St. Petersburg, number 812, on board his BMW E92, one of the most popular cars in Russian Drift Series this season. He had 87 points in the first run, so now he feels pretty comfortable, but some improvement would be really welcome. One wheel is outside, so it looks like there's going to be 2 deductions for one and the same violation, because this is the way our regulation works. Anatoly is running through the deceleration zone to sector 2. Then number 4 is taken. Now it's time for transition number 1 to touch and go 5. And he finishes the maneuver, and now he's already collecting touch and go number 6, and through touch and go 7. He's running to the last transition. In the last sector, Anatoly is, and here he's sliding exactly on the white line with his right rear wheel without crossing the borders of the track. But there were many more details to consider. I would like to remark the work of our judges. Even during the preparation of this configuration, the judges watched the practice very attentively, and before the qualifying they extended the borders, especially in the last sweeper where Anatoly Kizin is now. There were quite a lot of drivers who crossed the borders of the track because the line was kind of curly, and the judges noticed that there was a bad tendency, and they decided to make it a little bit easier, to add some space so that the drivers don't have so much hard time. And now the drivers can naturally slide along the line. The question is if the borders of the track would be crossed by Anatoly Kizin or not. If he gets outside once but for a long time, or twice. And the difference is if you go outside twice, you get penalized twice, and if your wheel has been outside all along, this is only 1 penalty, 1 2-point penalty. So there are lots of details, but it is worthwhile noticing that Anatoly Kizin has been doing very well. He warmed up by the end of the season. Finally, he feels comfortable in this new environment, and for all the drivers who come from RDS Europe or RDS Open, it is hard to move to RDS GP. It is a stress because this is a different reality. And this different reality is, first of all, about the higher speed, because these are higher speed configurations. And this is the main difficulty for all the rookies. Anatoly Kizin has been working on the speed. His average speed has increased to 64, and the timing is 39.64. So he has added some speed, but he's got to keep his car within the borders of the track. But wow! What is this? What is this? Is this? Come on, it could be the repetition of Timofey Dobrovolsky's result if this wheel hasn't been outside. Come on, the chaser wouldn't have noticed that. But the rules are rules. Maybe this was also the wheel outside in the last sweeper, which I suspected. There was a little bit outside. I guess it wouldn't influence the chase's line also. But this is 95.5. Congratulations, Anatoly. This is a brilliant result. 99.5 would have been better, but still. Come on, let's go together with Fyodor Vorobyov and go on his second qualifying round. The first was great, 94.5, especially considering the absence of any practice. Now, Fyodor Vorobyov is running on the scored section of the track, collecting the first two clips. This is the line which is slightly narrowed, and it still keeps him within the track. Now, here is a question about 4/1. We will check it out on the replay. Now, 4/2 is missed. Transition, touch and go 5, no questions whatsoever. The left rear wheel is on the white line, then he shifts inward to take touch and go number 6. Perfect. Now to touch and go 7, he's running to the last transition and the last sweeper. Catching on the no-go zone, Fyodor Vorobyov is going to the last sweeper without track border violations and the traditional 360 spin. I guess all the drivers will finish their solo runs this way. This is a 360 challenge, a pirouette challenge at the end of the scored section of the track. And by the way, speaking about the track borders, the no-go zones and all other stuff, as soon as Fyodor Vorobyov reaches that point, I will tell you what the dotted line signifies. The dotted line that goes along, because usually they go across, but this dotted line is going along the track border. Here it is where the wheel crosses the dotted line. This is a no-go zone, which is a line restriction for the leader. You've got to stick to the right-hand side of the dotted line with your entire car body and all the 4 wheels. If one wheel gets outside the dotted line, this is also a -2-point penalty, just like any other track border violation. For a very long time, the drivers have been trying to argue, but the judges made them understand that there will be no benefits. No bargaining. The judges have been working on this line to keep the drivers within, and this element is not new. This was also introduced at the final event of RDSGP. It was first tried in Krasnoyarsk. It looked quite weird at first because everyone is used to seeing the dotted lines that go across, but you can draw the no-go zone this way as well. And it looks especially exciting in around touch and go 6 because there is a track body that the chaser is allowed to cross with a discount, and there is a no-go zone immediately after with the touch and go 6, and the chaser can go to the no-go zone regardless the distance between himself and the leader. So there are lots of delicate details. I hope the judges won't have to apply this, but still, let's keep it in mind. But now I'm looking at this lines. A double line is a border of the track, and the one line is a no-go zone. So the chaser can go narrower. So if the line is double, this is a border, and the judges are looking at it first. In terms of line, there is a 4-point penalty. Touch and go 4/2 is missed, and one wheel is outside. In terms of the angle, there is quite a lot of penalty in sector 2, -2.5. In style, a little bit everywhere. The line is 26, the angle is 31.5, and the style is 32.5. In the first run, he had 94.5 points, and in the second, if I'm not mistaken, this is gonna be 90. Yes, correctly, no improvement, 90 sharp. Stability is good, but you remember that Fyodor Vorobyov had no practice runs at all. So it's perfect, I believe. This is a very impressive result. Arkady Tseregrasov and Fyodor Vorobyov show that experience can replace practice sometimes, in a way. We've just seen the warm-up of Roman Tivadar, and now here comes his competitive run. Roman Tivadar showed us 97.5 points in the first run. He's got all the chance to get back to number 1 in the rating. Let's see if the driver of Takayama Forward Auto can do this. He has the potential. He takes touch and go 1, and he starts moving along the outside edge of the track. Roman Tivadar was running slightly narrowly, but he hits touch and go number 3. He takes 4/1 and 4/2. Very good line. He only touches the white line, but now he is spinning his vehicle around and performs a transition through touch and go number 6. He's running towards touch and go number 7 to transition number 2. The last sweeper, 3 clips, and here it looks like everything is great unless he violates the track border. But not this time. There was one little episode and also a 360 spin. Why not? There was a little episode when I suspected the position of the rear wheel. Let's see it on replay. Roman Tivadar made a decision to spin in an opposite direction. Everyone does a 360 spin counterclockwise, and Roman Tivadar goes clockwise. I wonder if the drivers can do it in turn. So, dear drivers, if you hear me, so please pay attention to which direction you do the 360 spin so that the spectators don't feel dizzy. Okay, I'm only doubtful about touch and go number 8 in terms of the style because he started decelerating a little bit too early. There is a very clear designation of the deceleration zone, and you should not violate it. It looks like the speed started falling a little bit before, but I guess it was a stabilization handbrake after the transition, which doesn't really influence the speed. And the judges are very experienced people. They understand it all. They know how the things work, and I know that they will not make any extra deductions. But look how he rounded up the line in order to slide on the edge of the no-go zone along this white line that is so strict, so evil to the judges. Roman Tivadar welcomes the spectators, but no, unfortunately there is a 2-point deduction for the line. So unfortunately the wheel was outside. That's bad. But in terms of the style, there are no deductions. But what deductions could there be? You could see the run. But 2 points already remove the question about the A group leadership. Timofey Dobrovolsky still stays on the top. Look how elegantly he switches the gears. Roma is very precise. He knows how to do it. He does it with 2 fingers only. Impressive. 2.5 points penalty. And this makes the same result. If not these centimeters, I guess Timofey now recognizes what virtuoso kind of thing he has just done, because the run seems just as good, but the result is the same, 97.5. This is a brilliant run performed by Roman Tivadar. What's the difference from the run of Timofey Dobrovolsky? In centimeters. One wheel was a little bit farther, and here comes a 2-point deduction. Vladislav Popov from Likara Держимый Motorsport is at the start, one of the 2 twins, 370Z. Vladislav Popov got 89 points for the first run. He had too many penalties, but now it's time to do without them, and then he would be able to get a 90 plus. And now here is a little angle correction, touch and go 3, and now he's already in the second sector. And -5. Oh, come on, it feels so bad. Vladislav, why did you have to do it? But in the meanwhile, we continue running without hitting the no-go zone. Vladislav Popov was working through touch and go 6. Touch and go 7 is perfect. And now this is the last sweeper with 2 last clips, 9 and 10. And another one. He takes a stroll with the rear wheel outside. Vladislav thinks like, come on, I have nothing to lose. Vladislav remains loyal to himself because he has wheel outside in the same spot as he did in the first run, as far as I can see, which means that he hasn't got used to the judge's assignment. He hasn't adjusted himself. He cannot come to terms with this assignment here. The wheel was even further outside. It was even 2. I guess he just added more speed, and this is the reason. He had to slow down in a more severe way in around touch and go number 6. But still, this is a very good run. Yes, the judges say that the speed is now higher, but generally I can tell absolutely confidently after yesterday's practice what I tell you about RDS GP and RDS Open. We have no weak drivers at all. And at the Russian Cup at RDS Superfinal, supported by our general sponsor TEBOIL company, There is not a single weak driver. This is absolutely for sure. Everyone is strong. Everyone is awesome. Everyone is doing their best to show their maximum, and sometimes they can make little mistakes. Why is the track so narrow after all? Why are the restrictions replied? They've got the flight, they've got the commitment, they've got the passion that they don't want to restrict. But here also the spectators are very close to the track, and the contact with the spectators feels great, because modern tracks are usually 99% of outside zone, and they move the spectator stands very far from the track. And here the spectators are right here looking at you, applauding you, and this gives the drivers this great charge, this great mood. And I can't wait for tomorrow when we see tandem runs. We had a very good comparison with the last year. This is like 5D cinema. -7 wheels, which is -5 in one place and -2 in another. -2.5 for the angle in sector 1, which is the corrections and the car body swings in the deceleration zone. Or, no, in the first sector we've got only the initiation and the first sweeper. But, okay, whatever. 23 for the line, 32.5 for the angle, and 34 for the style. This is a tiny improvement. Now this is 89.5. So he basically repeats the result of Arkady Tseregradzev. Isn't this good teamwork? Now here comes Valery Bogacharov. On the first run he had 92 points, which is better than Arkady Tseregradzev, Vladislav Popov, and many others. But this is B group, I remind you. He represents Rostov-On-Don, a local hero on board his BMW 92 600 HP JZ GDE is going on his second run. Valery Bogacharov and his 600 horses run through the 100 meters of run, and here is the initiation, a very hard correction, touch and go number 1. There was too much grip after the initiation of drifting, and now touch and go 3 is left behind. The time for sector 2, and then he finishes sector 2 right before 5/1. This is already sector number 3, which is very long with one transition and lots of details. Touch and go 7 is taken, then transition number 2, and there is only very little left. I guess less than 100 meters. Touch and go 10 is taken, and he stays within the track, which is important. This is a very rare run without strolls outside the white line towards the yellows. I remind you that yellow line is just the reference for the drivers, first of all, and secondly for the judges, because sometimes you don't see the borders of the track very well because the asphalt reflects the sunshine, but the judges see it very well where the rear wheels are, if they're outside the white line or inside. If the wheel is on the yellow, this is a penalty. Here he was millimeters away from the yellow line right after the transition for touch and go. After touch and go 5/1, in around touch and go number 2 on the way to touch and go 6, but he managed to stay within. I wonder if the speed has been lost because the angle was very big and the correction looked not so good. I'm not really ready to believe drift dynamic system, because we remember that there is some noise on air and sometimes it can interrupt, because I didn't see a backward in round 5/1, even though it could be, because there is the angle magic. Now we'll see it if there was a backward or not. No. But the numbers show that there has been. So the numbers sometimes do not work correctly. The judges said that sometimes we may take a look at them, but we don't trust them 100%. It is a little dangerous in this situation. We thank Alexander Nechayev because he has done a lot of work for the system to understand where it is and where Rostov Arena is, in what region of the Russian Federation we currently are. It sounds like a joke, but in fact it's not. And once we moved from this strange abstract thing to quite clear values in the second part of the day. Oh God, this is a superhero kind of line, absolutely clear. If not the angle in sector 1 and this correction in touch and go number 1, it would have been absolutely perfect. But even now it doesn't look bad, because for every criterion This is more than 30, which makes a 90-plus result. This is not as big as first time. No, there is an improvement. Now it's 1.5 point better than in the first run. But the position is not changed. He's still third in B group among RDS Open drivers. And now, in the meanwhile, here comes Arkady Tseregradsev and his last qualifying run of the second group. The leader, the founder, the tutor of Lekar Garshima Motorsport and his Nissan Fire Lady Z. And the next group will be opened by the founder of Fresh Racing, Denis Smigal. Now Arkady has got to get a 90+. I hope that now he can do it. The first sweeper is ready, touch and go 3. Wow, he's been pulling the handbrake for too long after the deceleration zone. Now he takes number 4, and the first transition is performed by the driver number 88. Yes, the new two-time champion of RDSGP. Touch and go 6 and 7, and the last sweeper after the last transition. Touch and go 8 has been taken. Touch and go 9 is brilliant. What happens to the 10? Also good, but there was an angle correction. Now let's check what the judges think about it. Yes, this is clockwise 360 spin. Oh, did he do it or didn't he do it? Oh, okay, whatever. But the run was spectacular. Very good, very confident. But we shouldn't forget that Arkady Tseregradsev also has a practice deficit. He has got aligned with this variety of lines on the track, but still the experience is very relevant in this situation. He totally uses the experience as a two-time champion of RDSGP. I guess the practice deficit gave him more time for working on the car. But, well, maybe at least he didn't practice too much, because sometimes when you overdo it, it's not good as well. The final assignment is presented at the evening briefing when you cannot practice anymore. So there is a certain use when you don't practice too much in the morning. But some basic exercises are not even required for Arkady Tseregradsev. He can do it anywhere, anytime, on board any vehicle. And by the way, speaking about practice, there are not such radical changes, but the changes are introduced by the judges based on their observations. So every practicing driver makes a contribution to the judge's assignment. So let's say you've been driving in one way, but then the judges change the assignment and you're like, oh no. But sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I've been doing it right, I didn't even know. So the practice is still needed, but you shouldn't take it too seriously, because after all, this is all about details. It's all about simple and little things. But for Russian Drift Series drivers, introducing some changes into the driving style is not a problem, but wow! Here it is. This is what you do. This is solid. This is not a 99.5. This is 98.5, which is also very good. And this is the second line in the qualifying rating in A group. Yes. So therefore, 98.5. 98.5. The same numbers, but in a different sequence. Here comes Denis Smigal, driver and the founder of Fresh Racing, on board his Toyota Supra A80 2JZ GTE billet block, one of the 6 we've got at our competition. Stroker 3.4-liter engine, 950 HP. And the very passionate driver. He had amazing run at the RDSGP final. Unfortunately, he made a mistake at a bad moment, because we were waiting for Denis at the podium, but now he's got another chance. Denis Smigal is perfectly working through the first sweeper, breaks in, touch and go number 4. Here it is, 4/1, and now I guess he still is sticking to the white line without getting a 5-point penalty. The driver Fresh Racing is already shifting touch and go number 6, and now he's going to touch and go number 7 to the last sweeper through the second transition. Once again, he is tickling the white line with his right rear wheel, and here it looks like the right rear wheel says, but I want to go to the yellow line. The front left line, wheel tickled the no-go zone as well. Alas. A very, very demotivating moment, because the run was really cool. But okay, this is not a critical mistake. This is a -2-point penalty. We saw some great runs at the RDS final, but yesterday's practice was also amazing because Denis Smigal was running in such a way like his tires were endless. He would simply press the accelerator pedal without letting it go. This was so great. At the same time, he was very precise on the line, very precise with the angle, and it was once again a clockwise 360 spin. Maybe next time he does it counterclockwise. The yesterday's practice were only observed by the selected ones, and now everyone who wishes, who watch the RDS GP final. Arkady Seregratsov got his championship. You can find it online. On Kinopoisk, it's only available for 24 hours, but on RDS TV, you can watch it anytime. Also, you can find the Tire Wars documentary and a lot of other interesting content. Also, on RDS TV, you can watch the event highlights commented by Nikolai Svistun. So if you have only 1 hour for watching a drifting event, you can enjoy it with all the details and a very interesting explanation of everything that is happening. Of course, you get more details if you watch the entire broadcast, but it requires some more time. Is that 2 centimeters once again? The centimeters sometimes play in a different league, but we've got Timofey Dobrovolsky, so if one driver can do it, it means that everyone can. Valery Bogacharov also did it perfectly, speaking about the line, but speaking about everything, a 99.5 points is not only theoretically, but practically achievable. Arkady Seregratsov also had 98.5. Oh, god damn it. -6 for the wheels. This is the wheel outside, and all the rest is so good. It's so brilliant. There were only microscopic deductions, so it could be much more, but this is 91.5. This is still a 90 plus. I won't tell you that the result is bad. The result is very good, and the run was also cool. Denis Smigal should be very comfortable in this position. Here comes Maxim Grossman from Time Up, also one of the 2 representatives of the drivers of the team who has tasted victory. It was at the Red Ring at the 5th event. Now let's see what he does now. We continue watching Supra's A80, this time a different livery. Time Up team that was second in the RDS GP season, and Maxim Grossman made a huge contribution to this success. Touch and go 3 is collected by Maxim Grossman. Yesterday he showed some great tandem practices, so we can't wait for him, and we are sure that we will see some beautiful performance in top 32. Unfortunately, the wheel goes where it was not supposed to go, but look how brilliantly he's sliding along the no-go zone. The driver doesn't see it, so he only has to follow his intuition, but he performs it excellently. The last sweeper, and now touch and go 10 creates some doubts. This is only 1 point penalty, but nevertheless, there are some doubts about touch and go 2. It looks like the grip is a little excessive on Maxim Grossman. There are some corrections as well. It looks like only the shadow of his bumper was there. It feels so bad. It is going to be expensive. It's going to be a -4 for the line and only 1 checkpoint. Just like in a treasure chest. But the distances between the checkpoints are big, and this is why touch and go 2, which is seriously determining the line of the leader, and therefore the possibility or impossibility for the chase. But if the chaser falls behind, it would be very hard to keep up. This is why it's so important that the leader creates maximum comfortable conditions for the chaser. But this is not only hard, it's almost impossible to catch up. It is only possible in the first sweeper if you go very much inward, but then you can find yourself in a very uncomfortable position in terms of the line, and then everything is so dynamic, everything is so fast. So getting closer to the leader is extremely hard. Also, once you select an alternative line, you find yourself in the right place, the right time, and the right parameters. Also, you may make many more line mistakes. Because this is a parking lot, so you can fall off badly. So there are details that are connected to the alternative line search. Yesterday at the training, the drivers tried to come up with some antidotes. I don't know if they were doing it intentionally or not, but the green lights show us that Maxim is pressing the accelerator really hard. Interestingly, the pedal is on the right, but the indicator is on the left. I don't know if it was made intentionally or not, but it works the way it works. We thank Time Up team for providing us with this information. It is very good always. It's always very interesting to observe, but I tend to think that I'm correct, that there is a little bit excessive grip because the car is pushing inside too much, which creates a lot of problems with the outside clips. But he's got time until the second run. He can still correct something because this is all about the tire pressure. By the way, in Group 3 we have only 5 drivers. Apart from Denis and Maxim that we've got, we have Sergei Yermakov, Andrei Astapov, and Nikita Migal. And our next participant is almost ready, but let's see the score of Maxim Grossman for run 1. I guess the judges are calculating the penalties, and this is not the math I would like them to do. I don't want to see any penalties. I would like to see only 30 for the line, 35 for the style, but don't you think it would be boring? The drivers also want to work. I want them to be nervous. I want them to step away from their instincts. I want them to think. But I know how to win a qualifying even if you open it. Collect all the clips, comply with the angle assignment, and work according to the style. So 2 times 100 points, even if your opponents do their best. Since you are the first and you've got 2 by 100 points, it is easy. You know, winning the event is also easy. Just win 5 heats and that's it. No problem. But here are lots of problems. Touch and go 2 is missed. Touch and go 5/2 is also missed, unfortunately. TG10 is not taken, so everything is against the driver, and -5 for 1 wheel outside. And this is less than 90. Maxim Grossman has got to do more work in the second run, but I'm sure that he knows what to do in the second run. He's currently 8th with 83.5 points, but the result is there. Anyway, he's in top 32. And we proceed. The next one is the driver from Starpro Starzai Mall, which is very unexpected, Sergei Yermakov. BMW 92 and VQ10 VHR TT, which is a twin turbo, is very exotic. Now let's go. The VHR is the generation that was initially installed under the hood of 370Z. Such combinations can also happen in BMW with a Nissan engine. Sergei Yermakov has got an extra opening for the smoke, and now the spectator stands covered with smoke. One wheel is in that expensive zone, flies outside the track. Now here does a transition. It is definitely a battle for the speed. Now touch and go 6 needs to be taken, which Sergei does. And now to touch and go 7, he's running to the last sweeper. Yes, he takes touch and go number 8 and 9 as well. What about touch and go number 10? Yes, also perfect, just like the borders of the track. If the previous sectors had been taken equally, we would definitely give him a big round of applause. I believe he still deserves some applause, but I want to say that Sergei Yermakov has been doing quite well. He hasn't had a lot of experience this season. He took part in only one RDS Open event in Kazan, and it was good. It wasn't bad. And now also at Russian Drift Deries, this is his second event only. But it gives me the impression that Sergei Yermakov drifts in the way you ride a bicycle. Once you have learned it, you feel very comfortable after 5 minutes, even if you haven't ridden for a long while. This is a very original Nissan project, a Nissan engine, which is not very popular in drifting, I mean, but at the same time, abroad such projects are also possible. As a reference, one of the foreign projects was taken. There is a turbocharger and an 800 HP. But I wonder what the limits are. Because, of course, VR38 engines create a lot of hard time for the mechanics and the drivers. This is not the best engine for drifting, but at the same time, there's a problem with spare parts that is very hard to get, and low quality spare parts that has damaged the engine reputation, because the engine is initially not bad, because Arkady Tseregradzev used to drive on this engine and it worked quite well. He switched for JZ to unify all the three vehicles of the team. All right, so everything is about the possibility to drive a Z of Gocha. Wow, no penalty for the angle. What have I just seen? But -5 for the wheels. Oh, come on, and only -1 for the style. And the line could have been perfect unless one wheel that slipped outside. Even with all that, 94 points. Bravo to Sergeyev. This was an amazing first run. I hope now you can do it without penalties. This is third place in the qualifying protocol. And now here comes Andrei Astapov, number 8, Lukoil Racing Drift Team. This is 13th position in this season. Once again, he's got the Spectators Prize at our awarding ceremony. Let's see what happens to him at the qualifying. Now this is touch and go number 3. And currently he's got -5 for the rear wheel on the wrong line. And here 2 more touch and goes are collected. Andrei Astapov is shifting inward. He's running around the no-go zone. And through touch and go 7, he's running to the last transition. And he finalizes the first run with the sweeper. Very smoky. And, well, everything is more or less clear. We don't see anything above 95 this time, but we will check out the rest. As far as the location is concerned, Andrei Astapov is very well familiar. He has been here as a judge, because he is a judge in RDS Open. Last season, he also was the judge. For 2 seasons in a row, we have RDS Open events here at Rostov Arena. And once again, for Andrei, as a last year's Super Cup driver and RDS Open judge, it is all very well familiar. So I guess he feels at home here. All these concrete blocks are well familiar to him. Moreover, he's got a very rich experience at various venues, which are maybe different. But at the beginning of his career, Andrei Astapov has drifted at parking lot, and he was transferred to RDS Siberia and then to Russian Drift Series, which was later transformed into RDS GP. Here's a little spoiler. Apart from this wheel outside, I don't have any questions about the line. So this says and how important it is to keep the wheels inside, how important it is not to aim at the checkpoints in terms of the style. You've got to do it correctly, you have to do it precisely, but you need to vector your car in the right way. And once again, don't forget about such parameter as fluidity of running, which is one of the style components. This is about the smoothness. It's about the smoothness of transitions. They don't always have to be smooth, because sometimes transitions have to be sharp. It's about the rhythm. It's about the absence of intermittent stops or hesitations, everything that ruins the impression. And most importantly, we want to see beauty, but all these corrections, all these unpredictable things usually confuse the chaser. Here's another traditional picture, -4 point deduction, plus -5 points deduction for one wheel outside in the double penalty zone, which gives him a total of 25, 32 and 34. And this is 91. We've seen something like this at Igora Drive, a double penalty zone. And Astapov is now in place 7 in A group. And now we get back to B group. And this is the manager of Fresh Racing, who is currently also the driver, Nikita Migal from Moscow, on board his Lexus IS 300, the famous Bumblebee that this Migal used to drive before. Nikita joined RDS Open for 2 events last season, and he showed a very good performance. Unfortunately, now he begins with a 2-point penalty when he misses one of the touch and goes at the initiation. Now he takes touch and goes 2 and 3, and he breaks into the fourth. Unfortunately, -5 for the wheel outside the double penalty zone. Now transition number 1, which is very good and sharp. Even some 3-wheel drifting is seen here. Now Nikita is working through touch and go 6. Running towards the last transition. Yes, a very sharp transition, even though it's not required by the judge's assignment. One wheel is visiting the space outside the white line, and he finalizes the run. Too many penalties, but generally it is pretty cute. I still have the impression that Timofey Dobrovolsky and Mikhail Davidyan, the leaders of groups A and B, set the bar very high. They set the trend for the maximum performance, that you've got to slide on the white line with maximum speed, and this is what our contenders are trying to show. And for this reason, they have these problems with the line, especially the wheels outside. But this is also about drifting as a discipline. Without speed, drifting cannot exist. This is a very big problem for circuit racers, for example, who come to drifting, because the circuit racers are educated in a certain way. First you get to the rhythm, and then the speed comes. In drifting it's vice versa. Without speed you can't do anything. Kirill Ladygin himself, a many time champion of Russia, when he tried drifting, said that this is a kind of reality that is very hard to handle. Even when the driver understands that the speed can harm the line, it is hard to reduce the speed by 0.95. It's extremely hard, especially when you practice throughout the day. And Nikita practiced very intensively yesterday. Let us not forget that the general director of Russian Drift Deries, Dmitry Andreevich, who is a very experienced circuit racer, even though he doesn't consider himself a professional, said that after he first tried drifting, he started respecting the guys who do drifting. Many circuit racers say that this is just some silly thing, but we invite everyone to do silly things in our tracks. The circuit racers usually say that the drifting is the silliest but the funniest thing you can possibly do with your car. So therefore, when the circuit racers try drifting for the first time, they change their mind once they try it for the first time. And we've got such famous circuit racers as Alexander Smolin, for example. They love drifting and say, come on, please let me do drifting with you. Oh, what is this happening? Wow. Okay, may God be with you. Once again, apart from Dmitry Dobrovolsky, you can speak to Grigory Burlutsky, who knows what it feels like to win a many-event competition like circuit racing. He's also a Russian Rally Championship prize winner. He's also the champion of RDS Europe. He hasn't got such achievements in RDS GP this far, but you know that some things take time. Slowly, step by step, gradually. Grigory Burlutsky is a young guy, so he's got a lot of time. By the way, he just celebrated his birthday, so happy birthday! May every year be better for you. We wish you more stability. We hope that our Russian Cup will also be stable, that it will take place every year, because 2 years are not enough to say it is a tradition, but we feel great here. Our general sponsor is amazing. The drivers love it. The lineup is gorgeous. It's all simply superb. A80 Supra is prepared at the starting arch, and the reason for the waiting is the score of Nikita Migal that hasn't been shown yet. So the two drivers of Fresh Racing make each other wait. This is -9 for the wheels. The nephew doesn't let his uncle go, because Nikita Migal and Denis Migal are not a father and a son. They're an uncle and a nephew. This is 89 points for the first run. He is 5th in B group, and we get back to Denis Migal, the uncle. Denis Migal, number 33, and he had 91.5 points for the first run at the present moment. So this is not the right score for this game. He's got space for improvement. Let's go. 100 meters of running, and then fly by very fast, extremely fast. Now Denis Migal manages to avoid the mistake made by Nikita. And here Denis Migal works within the borders of the track. You can see the Supra number 33 doing a little squat. The right rear wheel escapes outside the white line. Unfortunately, this is -5. In the meanwhile, Denis Migal continues running to touch and go 5 towards touch and go 6. He adds some more angle in a very balanced way. Takes touch and go 7. And he crosses the white line again. Once again, it is still out. But this is an extremely dynamic run, which is slightly damaged by these little mistakes. Once again, a clockwise 360 spin. A very demotivating imprecision in the line, because the runs look amazing. Aren't they breathtaking? Very breathtaking. Crazy dynamics, crazy pace. I can't wait for the tandem runs tomorrow, and with great hope I'm looking at the weather forecast, because come on, let's do it without rain. But the weather forecast is pessimistic. Maybe it rains at night, but come on, if anyone is capable of pressing that rain button, please do it at night so it dries out by the daytime. Everyone who believes in anything, anyone who's got faith, please pray. We don't want that rain. We've got the foam. We know that we can put them in the concrete blocks, but we don't want crashes. We don't want slippery roads. Now, even though the run-in is very short, some of the drivers managed to accelerate to 120 or 126 kilometers per hour. This is something like a drag racing thing. And this is not such a simple process it may seem. Yesterday, some of the drivers complained that regardless all the attempts, they cannot accelerate to the speed that they consider comfortable for proper initiation. They've got the techniques, they've got their tricks. Many of the drivers have been looking back to the Japanese, who can accelerate with the clutches when the torque is released by the clutch, because there are no systems, there are no traction controls whatsoever on drift cars. Sergei Saku, in one of the videos, said about the acceleration at Winter Drift Battle, when he said that I know every bump, I know where to press the acceleration, I know where to let it go. And he said just pressing the acceleration and going like this doesn't work. This is the same here. And here you need to pedal it very correctly. You've got to dose that pedal pressing degree, and in some situations you even have to use the clutch massage, as we call it. The running is a very specific thing. For this reason, on GP level vehicles, the clutch can survive through 2 events maximum, not more. Check out the catalogs, check how much they cost. This is Andrei Ryabov and Maxim Galeyski, and Ulyana Petrukhina, our marketing manager. This is so sad. Look at the angle, look at the style. Isn't it beautiful? Just cover this top line with your hand. Let's just probably cancel the line score. Anton, I'm gonna cancel you right now. 22 for the line out of 30, and there is no improvement. This is 90.5. Still, this is a 90 plus. You know, the general impression was still so good that even the wheels outside couldn't ruin it. But Denis Migal remains on the same line of the rating with his 91.5 points. Now, the second run of Maxim Grossman, the driver who's got to do some improvement. In the first run, he had 83.5, which is not what Maxim Grossman has to aspire to. In some places, Maxim Grossman went too narrowly, he went too widely. It has to be taken to some golden middle, and now everything is beautiful in touch and go 1. Why didn't you do it from the beginning? He collects touch and go number 2, then touch and go number 3, and then he draws a white line along the border of the track, and he takes touch and goes number 4, no wheels outside, transition to touch and go 5, and here he takes both clips and very beautifully close to the no-go zone for touch and go number 6, even though he still touches the white line. Here he's within the track, and now this is the last sweeper. And now there's only one last zone left, number 10, and there is 2-point penalty, or maybe 4. He's been doing it very dangerously. He's been risking it throughout the 800 meters of the scored section of the track, so that finally it happened. But generally it is better than previous time. especially in terms of the line. Of course, it's a much better run compared to the first, no doubt. But obviously, the driver of Maxim Grossman's level is capable of doing it much better than 83 points. So after the first run, he knew what to do. He knew how he could improve his performance. But once again, my friends, this is just about humor, because this is just some confusion that happened in the first run. We know it perfectly that this driver is capable of some outstanding performance, both solo and in tandem. What we saw yesterday at the practice sessions, we even showed it in our news yesterday. We had lots of super cool tandem runs. Maxim Grossman was probably the first who showed us super pressure from start to finish. I was yelling standing there on the judges' tower. Everyone was yelling, and we had to show it without sound. We had to mute it because some of the content was kind of explicit. Here is a special film that you see on the car, which is very similar to abrasive paper. And it may hurt some insects. And yes! Oh, once again, I feel like yelling, but it's so painful. Why are you doing this to me and to yourself? 98 is an amazing result, but it could have been better. And this is third place in the qualifying protocol of A group. Maxim could relieve lots of the questions about the qualifying winner. But we continue with Sergei Yermakov, the driver who in the first run had 94 points with some line penalties. He represents Samara, the team of Start Pro Star Zaimo, who is an RDS Open driver. So this is Group B. And he's going on the first 100 meters of run-in initiation. And yes, he takes it. He performs the Fury Dash and he collects the first clip, just like the second. And now, armed with a Nissan Hard, the E92 is running into touch and go number 3. This is time to reduce the angle to collect touch and goes number 4. It's important not to fly outside the line, and Sergei does it. Then transition touch and go number 5. And through touch and go number 6 towards the last transition. And he finalizes the qualifying with the last sweeper. And there's last 2 clips. There are last 2 clips left, yes. Let me remind you one thing. In the first run, Sergei Yermakov didn't have any angle penalties at all. Sergei Yermakov did an impossible thing. This is all about Davidians, because he is now a driver, not a judge. Stanislav Dolgih is maybe not as strict. But, Mikhail, we love you, just in case, if you doubt. Stanislav Dolgih is not Mikhail Davidians. So there is a little hope for you, but Mikhail, we still love you. And the more, the stronger. All right, so now speaking about the angles, let us not forget one simple truth that we have told you so many times. On the broadcast from the cameras, you cannot see everything. Therefore, here we can only judge by what we see. We don't have all the visual information, so we've got to trust the angle judge, because A, he sees it better from the judge's tower, and B, without the cameras, the micro corrections are much better shown. I have told you a lot about that case when Andreas Stapov tried to record one of the corrections with his smartphone, and the correction was not seen on the smartphone video. Yeah, so here you can see how RDS from inside is being recorded. It will be later available on all the social media of Russian Drift Deries. But if you want to be informed about all of our news and timing changes, subscribe to Russian Drift Deries Telegram channel, where you can find a lot of useful information. And moreover, they are chronographically sequenced. There you can find promo codes for the broadcast. You can find some ticket discounts and other stuff. And dear friends, let me remind you that today in the break, which is beginning after the third qualifying group will begin for the drivers' parade. This is Sergei Yermakov, the author of this run, and his teammate Sergei Kuznetsov holding the radio. So he is the spotter of Sergei Yermakov. Then they will switch roles, and they will go. Sergei Kuznetsov will go to race, while Sergei Yermakov will watch him and spot him and speak to Sergei on the radio. I'm sure that this is exactly what Sergei Kuznetsov needs. He needs that valuable information from the spotter who has just done his qualifying. I would like to see the scores, and the longer the judges think in the qualifying, the more likely that we see something special. And I guess here we do. This is something special. We've got a new qualifying in the B group. Wow! 99 points. 99 points go to Sergei Yermakov for his second run. Congratulations. This is amazing performance of the driver of Start Pure Stars. I'm all Mikhail Davidyans. Misha, we still love you, but now you're in the second line in our love rating. Andrei Astapov, 91 points. He is a candidate of sports and drifting, representing Lukoil Racing Drift Team on board his BMW E92, which I always want to call a Lexus, but it is getting easier and easier for me. Because for many, many years, Andrei has been driving a Lexus, and the body kit kind of reminds me of it. But okay, let's keep the aesthetics aside. Let's concentrate on the drifting. Now, less than 794 meters is left for Andrei Astapov, because the first sector has been passed. Now he's in the deceleration zone. Andrei is pressing on the right pedal, trying to gain speed, collect. Touch and goes number 4. The second is hardly taken, no questions about number 5. Both parts of touch and go 5 have been filled. Now to touch and go number 6 and 7, he is going to the last sweeper, to the last transition, and his wheel remains exactly on the white line, not outside. Aren't we seeing any penalties for the line? It looks this way. A counterclockwise 360 spin. Bravo, Andrei. Thank you, because I'm starting feeling dizzy. Now let's compare the two runs. Just to begin with, the line. What Andrei Astapov did this time, until touch and go number 3, it has been equally good. Now here there is -5 on the left-hand side, but there is none on the right, which is already important, which is a very significant difference. He has just saved him 5 points out of 100 in his run number 2. Now let's continue watching on the right rear wheel and around touch and go 8. And it looks like there everything is within the borders. There, I think even the line was shaken because he broke in such a way. Did the right rear wheel get in the right position? But there the driver cannot control the movement of certain wheels on the track, because this is all about inspiration. Because if you try to collect the clips, you are very unlikely to do a good run. You've got to follow your inspiration, follow your heart, and then with this commitment, with this feeling, you will go better. There is a little bit of three-wheel driving. Timofey Dobrovolsky is very good at. He once drifted with one debunked wheel. Do you remember that run with Roman Tivadar when Timofey Dobrovolsky had his wheel debunked at the very beginning? And we were thinking, why is he running in such a funny way? But he didn't have one wheel. He only had 3 wheels altogether. Very, very low pressure it was. It was maximum low pressure in the wheel, maybe equal to the atmosphere pressure. We can see some very careful gear switches. It is a gear set that now this is a handbrake in the hand of Andrei Astapov. Sometimes you feel that it must be so hard to confuse between these arms, but you see, no, even though we have seen such incidents as well, and you can see Rostov Arena behind the window of Andrei Astapov. And now this is a 360 spin. Thank you, Andrei. The judges are still thinking, you know. Even though Andrei has already finished his qualifying run, now it's time for very, very scrupulous watch of the replay. And no, the wheel is not outside, it's still in. And only half a point is between Andrei Astapov and Timofey Dobrovolsky. 99 points out of 100. This is the result of the driver of the Lukoil Racing Drift team, and this is second line of the rating, because now Arkady is third with 98.5. And now the final qualifying run before the break. Nikita Migal, a driver and manager of Fresh Racing. He is here right now on board his Lexus IS 300. IS is the body and 300 is the engine volume. And Nikita is the name of the driver. Nikita Migal is running on the qualifying track. Now this is better than he did in the first run. And now there are some little corrections on the way to touch and go 3. Maybe he slowed down, but now it's all rhythmic and touch and go 4 without violation of the track. Bravo, Nikita. I never thought I would praise the drivers for this. And now along the no-go zone to touch and go 6 and through touch and go 7, the last transition, the last curve, and whoa, and I think that there were 2 points penalty, which slightly ruined the impression, but generally this was a magnificent run. This is a miracle what the judges can do here in solo runs. Without that, regardless of the series that they represent, it doesn't matter anymore. The level of the drivers is equal. It is basically equal if we do not consider all these super top drivers who have been winning, like their 20th event in Korea and others. Because statistically it is hard to get equal to them, but there are drivers who haven't had any victories in their career, and they don't have these victories because they're weak. They don't have these victories because the competition level is over the top. It's incredible, not only in RDS-GP but generally in the entire Russian drifting as a phenomenon. This is what I want to tell you, my dear friends, because young drivers keep on coming. They are craving for the victory. They are hungry for this, and they start crashing everything on their way, winning the top championships, 60% of podiums. You remember who we're speaking about. But now, what is also interesting about this, if no one improves their performance, Sergei Yermakov will get a prize for 99, but Andrei Astapov will not. Even though the result is equal, but Andrei Astapov is not getting a prize for 99 points already, as I told you, because for him the qualifying is already over. But there are more people, some very interesting characters like Damir Datulin, Georgy Chevcha, Artem Shabanov, Evgeny Losev, and all the others. And now let's meet the new leader of B group, Sergei Yermakov, and listen to Alicia. But let's see the score first. -2 for the wheels, -1 for the style. This is 97, which is a great run, a great impression, a great score. My friends, this is the intermediate new leader of the qualifying. I'm blown away with the wind. This is Sergei Yermakov, RDS Open B Group, the man who won almost all the championships of the Volga region. Everything you might list, Sergei Yermakov has won them all, and he's really craving for a victory in RDS Open and then in RDS GP. And maybe now he's one step away from his first victory, from his first podium here at Rostov, Arena. Congratulations, Sergei. Great runs. We've been very nervous. Please hold me. your fans, all your teammates were very worried. Now share your impressions. Hello everyone, thank you for supporting me. I'm very happy for sharing this event with you. I was really worried because I wanted to win the qualifying, to stand up to the expectations of the team who invited me here, and I hope that I did it. And yes, Alicia is being very right when she says that I'm craving for the victory, but I know my opponents. I don't underestimate them. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Sergei still cannot breathe out because he is waiting for the end of the qualifying round, because then he will get his cup perhaps. But Mikhail Davidians, unfortunately, your worries are true. The Samara Tiger got the victory away from you, and he's still holding it at the moment. My friends, by the way, Sergei Yermakov represents Stars Mall at this super final, and he has strengthened the team for sure. But for the spectators who are here at Rostov Arena, I want to say that very soon you will have the traditional drivers parade. You can come up to the drivers, you can get their autographs, and of course very soon we will meet on air on RDS TV. And this is the new qualifying leader, Sergei Yermakov. I'm Alicia, and we continue. Stay tuned. Thank you, Sergei. This is how Sergei Yermakov captures the leadership in big group. I wonder for how long it can last, because there are lots and lots of interesting drivers coming up, both in GP and in the Open Series. And very soon we will find out where it all takes us. And now, with great satisfaction, I would like to remark that we've got no double zeros, not a single zero, in fact. All the drivers who have come to the qualifying round have found themselves in top 32. About the positions, we will tell you later, because only half the qualifying has passed this far. Very bad that Ilya Popov cannot say his word because he's got a technical failure. So, Ilya, we're with you yesterday. Your practice was amazing. It was great to watch. Too bad you had this incident. Very soon we will be back for the drivers' parade at 12:30 Moscow time. If you're watching us online, we will show it later in record. So we will meet on air very soon here at Rostov Arena.
Профессиональная гоночная команда Fresh Racing. Действующие чемпионы РДС Гран-при. В нашем арсенале 3 лютые Toyota Supra А80 на 2 JZ. Номер 33 – отец-основатель Денис Мигаль. Номер 9 – король квалификаций Дамир Идиатуллин. Номер 81 – сибирский силовик Евгений Лосев. Двигайся с нами и звони нам на пейджер.
Мы – команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы – тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать, или я пойду сейчас пить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
Touch my sleeve. Niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flat.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't use your podcast, you might follow it.
более 60 лет в Европе TEBOIL совершенствует свои моторные масла, идя в ногу со временем. Сегодня TEBOIL Diamond отвечает самым современным международным требованиям. Благодаря устойчивой молекулярной структуре и активным компонентам, TEBOIL Diamond надежно защищает двигатель от загрязнений и износа.
И снова каждый водитель спокоен за двигатель с моторным маслом TEBOIL.
Спокойствие за двигатель начинается с TEBOIL Diamond.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? На стадион? Или в спортзал? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
RDS-GP — это вершина российского дрифта.
Ой, щелчок, давай. Клево, смотри.
Они все супергерои вообще.
Мы дрифтеры.
Цепляется мертвая хватка.
Take it easy on me.
I was hungry for this. I wanted the podium.
Самое сложное — это остаться на вершине.
Вы что, угораете?
Что, это моя проблема, что ли?
А ответа нет на этот вопрос.
Как это возможно?
Я не готов на камеру такое говорить.
Надо верить молодым.
Извините, мама звонит. Это автоспорт, детка.
Вообще, за что дрифт любить-то надо? Риск.
Мы этим живем.
I just couldn't be happier.
Черт побери, мы за это и любим дрифт.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим, где бы ты не был.
С новым дрифтом, дорогие друзья! Здравствуйте!
Happy New Drift, hello and welcome to Rostov Arena. Here the wind is blowing, but no weather can stop us from holding our opening ceremony. This is RDS Superfinal 25, the Superfinal supported by our title sponsor, TEBOIL Company. And I'm delighted to introduce to you our main heroes. And we will begin with the team, which is the defending champion 2025, Takayama Forward Auto. And number 6 is the multiple winner of RDSGP events and the finalist of the last year's Russian Cup, Roman Tivadar. The driver who has won qualifying rounds and events of RDSGP. Moreover, he is the winner of the next competition of RDS Open, and today he has already shown all his teammates and opponents a reference of 99.5 points in this qualifying round. Timofey Dobrovolsky. Silver prize winner of RDSGP this year, 4-time champion of RDSGP, the winner of RDS Siberia, 2-time winner of the Intercontinental Drifting Cup, and the history's first winner of the Russian Drift Cup, Georgy Chivchan. Lekar одержимый Motorsport team, consisting of number 11, the winner of one of the events of RDSGP, Vladislav Popov. The driver who yesterday went through a very severe accident. His car is badly damaged, but let's support this driver once again, Ilya Popov. And the founder, the head and the driver of the team, the fresh 2-time champion of RDSGP, the winner of RDS Grand Prix of this season, vice champion of the world, Arkady Tsarigradsev. Look how compactly our champions are standing here. We are proceeding to the next team, which is the silver prize winner of RDSGP 2025. And this guy became the champion of the personal competition. He did it in his rookie year. The champion of RDSGP 2024, Artem Shabanov. And the second and the last team of the team at the Russian Drift team, the champion of Winter Drift Battle and the winner of the qualifying this season. Moreover, he has been to the podium of RDSGP, Maxim Grossman. This was a really powerful coming to RDSGP, the winner of Russian Drag Racing Cup, Ruslan Arefyev from Moscow. We proceed. Here comes Transpark team, and now we begin with the drivers of the team. The first one is a driver from Moscow who we saw on the Judges Tower and, of course, at the RDS Open events. Moreover, he's the winner of one of the qualifying rounds and a prize winner of this junior series, Mikhail Davidyants. And his teammate, representative of Rostov-On-Don city, Magomed Isayev. The legendary Lukoil Racing Drift team here at Rostov Arena is represented by very familiar faces. Number 8, the champion of RDS Urals, prize winner of RDS Siberia, prize winner of RDS Grand Prix events, Andrei Stapov. The champion of RDS Asia, winner of RDS Europe, Grigory Gusev. The driver who came back to the top league of Russian drifting, and he came back very beautifully, Danila Skorobogatov. Winner of RDS Europe events, Danila Vorobyov. A rookie of RDSGP of this season who feels more and more confident at the tracks of the top championship of the country. And here he showed a perfect qualifying, Anatoly Kisin from St. Petersburg. Vice champion of RDS Open, prize winner of RDS GP events, one of the most experienced driver of the country, Fyodor Vorobyov. Prize winner of RDS Open events, a driver from Khabarovsk, Arseniy Varavin. Number 61 is a local hero driver from Rostov-On-Don, the winner of the next competition of RDS Open 2024, Ivan Sidych. Bronze prize winner of RDS Open, number 107, a driver from Yekaterinburg, Sergei Korneev. And another, your local guy from Rostov-On-Don, who showed a perfect qualifying round today in the morning, Valery Bogacharov. Now we move to the Volga region. Samara is represented by our next participant, 3/8 on the windshield, prize winner of regional championship, Sergei Davidadze. I'm delighted to introduce another legendary team, Fresh Racing, and number 81 is silver prize winner of RDS GP, champion of RDS Siberia, Evgeny Losev. Easily converted from the managerial position to the driver's cockpit. He showed great performance at 2 RDS Open events and qualified very well today. Nikita Migal. Bronze and silver prize winner of RDS GP, Damir Diatulin. The founder, the head, and the driver of this gorgeous team, Denis Migal. Carville Racing Team is represented by 2 drivers at this event, and one of them is the bronze prize winner of the history's only completed Russian Drift Cup and bronze prize winner of RDS Europe, Ivan Palmin. Without his car, but he's here in person. Vice champion of RDS GP, winner of RDS West and RDS Europe, Anton Kozlov. And here is the expanded lineup of Star Pure Stars IMOL. Number 36, this is the winner of a regional Volga championship, the driver from Samara, Sergei Kuznetsov. Currently the leader of the B group of our qualifying with a mind-blowing result of 99 points. Another driver from Samara, Sergei Yermakov. Sergei, you can smile. You can. Yes, great. This is better. Now let's proceed. Top 4 of RDS Open this season. The driver from Moscow, Andrei Ryabov. The winner of lots of qualifyings and the winner of one of the RDS Open events this season, the driver of RDS GP, Artur Zelenyy. So, my friends, very soon I will introduce to you our officials, and now with great pleasure I want to thank our partners and sponsors. The title sponsor of Russian Drift Cup is TEBOIL company. TEBOIL is an international brand with almost 1 century's history, presenting a chain of modern petroleum stations in Russia and a broad range of lubricants. The brand is known due to its high-quality products and strict compliance with international standards. Our official healthy sponsor is Level Kitchen, healthy nutrition brand for your fitness goals. If you're hungry, a food truck of healthy foods is available here. And now I'm delighted to introduce to you our respected judges. Assistant judge at this event, prize winner of multiple regional championships, Andrei Pauli. Many-time prize winner and champion of RDS Siberia, prize winner of RDS Europe events, Vladimir Safonov. driver, spotter, judge of drifting competitions with a huge experience, Stanislav Dolgich. Vice champion of RDS Europe, Anton Novikov. As a hospitable landlord, we are greeted by the president of local automobile federation, Oleg Bakhtaev, our race director, all-Russian category judge, Vasily Karachkov, all-Russian category judge, our sports director, Svetlana Shakhova. And now, current driver of RDS Open, winner of one of the events of this season, top category judge and the CEO of Russian Drift Deries, the chairman of Drift Committee of Russian Automobile Federation, master of sports, Dmitry Dobrovolsky. Mr. Dobrovolsky, according to our tradition, you have the floor. Hello, Rostov! It looks like this is not the real Don greeting. Hello, Rostov! Do it one more time for me. Yes, now it's good. Perfect. Well, you've already heard my theory about the weather. What is happening here right now, here is a gift from you. The more spectators we've got on the stands, the better the weather. Therefore, even if yesterday in the forecast you see the rain, you should still come, and then the chances of rain will drop. And now we're here and we will do everything we can for you. And I'm sure that everyone has already seen that the best series is RDS and the best drifting is here. It's shown by these guys. Let there be drift. Dmitry Dobrovolsky. Dear friends, according to our tradition, at the end of the opening ceremony, we all rise for the national anthem of the Russian Federation. We are proud of you, Russia, and with great pride for our country, we declare the Russian Drift Cup, the Superfinal of RDS, supported by our title sponsor, TEBOIL Open. Happy New Drift, Russia! The qualifying route of Russian Drift Cup 2025, the TEBOIL RDS Superfinal 2025 is about to continue. And now we've got these intermediary results. These are the intermediate results. Now the leader of the A group is Timofey Dobrovolsky with 99.5 points. That was the result of his first run. He captured leadership. Andrei Astapov tried very hard. He's half a point behind. Arkady Tseregradsev is 1 point behind. So there is only half a point gaps. Maxim Grossman has got 98. One wheel outside at the very end of the scored section of the track. Roman Tivadar, 97.5, also one wheel outside. Anatoly Kizin, 6th, well done. Anton Kozlov, 94.5, and Denis Migal is the 8th at the present moment. This is A group. And this is B group, our drivers from RDS Open. Sergei Yermakov, 99 points. Mikhail Davidyans, 98.5. And by the way, what is important, Mikhail opened the qualifying round, and this was his second run results. Nikita Migay, the third, 97. Fyodor Arabyov, 94.5 without any practice at all. Valery Bogachalov, 93.5. Andrei Ryabov, 84. Arseniy Varavin, 79.5. These are the results. And just in case, let me tell you, dear spectators, I welcome you all once again that the criteria are still the same and the assignment is the same, but the results, if you put them all in the same table, they will be very, very close together, even on the top. Yes, there are some little gaps in the second group, but anyway, from places from 1 to 4 there, GP Open, they're intermittent. And now here comes the death group that we call it. The group number 4, and the first one will be Artem Shabanov, the champion of RDS GP 2024, bronze prize winner of this season, representing Time Up on his Supra, number 77. It's already in the first sweeper. Touch and go number 1, 2, and where is 3? Yes, here he is, slightly reducing the angle. Everything is done according to the judge's assignment. Artem Shabanov performs it perfectly. One wheel is still holding on to the white line, so there will be no 5-point penalty. Then the transition. 4/1 seems to have been missed, but we will check it out. And this is only run 1, collect touch and go 6. Then another transition. And then there is only the last sweeper left. It's been extended by the judges yesterday night so that the drivers have more space. But the drivers are still not. They are violating the borders. And as we said there, Maxim Grossman lost 2 points out of the 100 that he was taking to the finish. Why we call group number 4 the death group? Because we've got Artem Shabanov, Georgy Chevchan, Sergei Kuznetsov, Damir Dyatulin, and Evgeny Losев. It's good that our regulations don't say that there are, we don't have one person who is coming out from the group. This is an absolute protocol, because getting out of this group would be really, really hard. Artem Shabanov shows us a perfect run, but there are some little flaws in terms of the line. We see that he was touching some space outside the white lines that are very nice, fresh and white. The drivers used to complain that they don't see the borders of the track very well, but we've got whatever we've got. The old lines are painted with black. After 10 runs, it's very hard to see some of the borders because the drivers rub their tires into the asphalt. And as far as Artem Shabanov's practice runs are concerned, he was almost one of the fastest ones. And he said, well, I don't know what the deceleration zone is there after touching go 3, because you can do without. But still, you could tell that he used the handbrake, because if you overspeed, you can get outside in the double penalty zone. As far as the line is concerned, I'm getting results about all the clips. And there, yes, you can see that he missed one little clip out there. This is Grigory Gusev. This is our headquarters. Grigory Gusev is signing baseball caps. These are the baseball caps for some outstanding spectators, probably the winners of some giveaway. Maybe for you, my dear friends. Using this chance, Grigory Gusev, I want to wish you a happy birthday, which was on the 1st of October. And he celebrated it as a passenger of a truck on the way to Rostov-On-Don. Well, not bad. Georgy Chevchan, silver prize winner of the season, the winner of the team's competition. Due to his 20th victory, Taka and Mapovo daughter became the champions in the team's competition. The Z finally brought a prize to the team. Now the team finally has also got 4 victories, like the driver, and this is his 20th victory and the first victory at RDS GP on board the Z. This car brought Georgy Chevchan to the history's first Russian Drift Cup winner title last year. And now here come the results of Artem Shabanov. This is not a tragedy at all, but the drivers of such a level are expected to get closer to 100 or even 100. And now he suddenly misses one of the clips. 94.5. The clips are definitely getting out of hand. As far as Georgy Chevchan is concerned, he has got a very interesting achievement. He's the only driver who has got 10 or more victories, and now the only one who has got 20 victories or more. This is a super exclusive club that will not be topped up very soon. Georgy Chevchan, and his first run initiation. Look at how brave he is performing this element, collecting the first two elements. Absolutely uncompromised, very smooth angle work, very beautiful. This is the double penalty zone, but he easily passes through, and very beautifully, without any line mistakes, he collects two touch and goes number 5, and extremely close to the no-go zone through touch and go 6. He goes to touch and go 7. The last sweeper, I wonder if he can get 30 out of 30 to the finish. There are only 2 clips left. 1, 2, and this is the finish. And look, he even has some margin to fill. I guess this is the right strategy to choose in touch and go 4/1, because immediately after 4/2, there was no margin left. The wheel touched upon the inner line of the track, and due to this position, he managed to keep this car, the Nissan Z Forward Racing, within the track, and therefore no line penalties are expected here. And as far as the dynamics of the run are concerned and the correctness of the angles, this is all now up to the judges, Vladimir Safonov and Stanislav Dolgich, our board of judges. As far as Artem Shabanov is concerned, in Sector 2, he's got some penalties. Stanislav Dolgich promised to penalize the drivers for such mistakes, and he fulfills his promise, because the angle correction confuses the chaser, and secondly, this is a sort of a way of keeping safe. Speaking as boxers, the transition must be like a jab, not like a, I don't know, not like a hook or something. So we're trying to implement terminology from other sports. Soon we will get to curling or something. So if you are confused, so we know. Or maybe something like bowling. Curling is about winter drifting. We will work more on it. One thing that we have definitely mastered this season is swimming. Synchronized swimming, and even sub-water swimming, or at least snorkeling. At least we didn't use the aqualungs, but the flippers would be really necessary. We're now watching Georgy Chivchan on board doing his work, and it's very interesting to see how close Gocha is sitting to the steering wheel. This is the way he feels more comfortable, when his arms are bent in the elbows, when you have some more space for movement. And now let's take a look at his score, and we see no penalties at all. 100 points for Georgy Chivchan. 100 out of 100, but who else would it be? Finally, we saw it. Yes, finally he does it. Georgy Chivchan brings 100 points to the finish. And what's interesting here, the pool of candidates for such results hasn't been exhausted, so you shouldn't relax. We've got well-known qualifying specialists, and here is one of them, Sergei Kuznetsov from Star Pro Stars. I'm on his flanker. We haven't seen any flankers today, and I'm interested to see what he shows in his competitive runs. Sergei Kuznetsov is already running through the first sweeper. 2 clips have been taken, and the third is also taken. Then he presses the accelerator, and now he's running to the 2 touch and goes number 4. Time for the first transition, and here it is. It is taken. Both clips with the number 5 are taken. Now through touch and go 6. He's running to the outside edge of the track, and then towards the last transition. And there are only 2 clips left, and here is number 10, and this is the finish. Do you remember when we saw Sergei Ermakov and Sergei Kuznetsov standing together, and Sergei Kuznetsov was holding a radio? I told them that they were switching roles. Yes, and I'm sure that now Sergei Ermakov is saying to Sergei Kuznetsov, good job. Or maybe he's using some other kind of words that we cannot repeat on air, but I'm sure that the meaning is more or less the same. Well done. I really don't envy our judges. They're definitely having a hard time. But this is also a challenge, but this is a pleasant challenge. We see the driver's tent again. There is Mikhail Davidians. Come on, Mikhail, please smile to us. Well, guys are getting 35 points for the angle. Of course, he's not content. The bar is getting even higher, and he's got the title of the angle judge, and now it's been given to Stanislav Dolgich. But what can you do if Gotcha showed a perfect run? But this one was also absolutely awesome. This was mega superb. Why don't we have a 100 points parade? This is the end of the season. We don't have to save energy. In the second run, they will see who is better. But we also have the example of Arkady Tseregradzev and the last event of the previous season, 2x100. He couldn't get 100 points, and then finally he showed us such a performance. It was totally worth it. And there at Agora he had 2x99. But here it is not 99, but this is very close. This is 98. Nice, very good quality. And I see that there is some understanding. But probably this is due to some excessive left foot brake. There were 2 angle corrections in Sector 1. And I still don't know if Vladimir Safonov did this deduction in Sector 1 and Sector 3. Interesting. Maybe this is about the accelerator work. And now the record breaker of Russian Drift Deries in the number of qualifying victories. He's got 12. Damir Diatulin from Fresh Racing, city of Krasnoyarsk. And he is driving Toyota Supra A80. And this is Supra A80 is running through the run-in. And he's running into the scored section of the track. Very accentuated squat when this car accelerates. And look how beautiful it reduces the angle very smoothly. But here, unfortunately, it would be -5 for a wheel outside. But nevertheless, he continues, and the run looks beautiful in all the other components. And now it's time to take touch and go number 6, the only inside clip. And then carefully move towards the opposite side of the track. Look at these dynamics while it is done with the acceleration. But there was quite a lot of energy, too much impulse that he couldn't hold within the banks of this track. And now we're waiting for the judge's decision. Let's simply enjoy. This is something that we can do, but the judges can. But, well, they also can, but we also need to do some calculations. It would be really cool if the run would foresee only penalties for getting outside the track. It would be a very good marker. But we've seen Maxim Grossman, for example, and I noticed how beautifully Damir performed his initiation. He went slightly outside because he knew that the car would still push in. Let's pay attention that the car would go outside, and then suddenly he catches the car with the accelerator and then directs it into the place where it has to go. Here he's going slightly wider. Here the speed is higher. He gets more in touch and go 4/1. And this is why he's outside the track. I hope that some conclusions will be made, the lessons will be learned, but this is due to aspiration to show maximum dynamics in the run. I have no doubts. And Damir did a perfect job. Yes, in a couple of places he couldn't hold within the yellow lines. He held within the yellow ones, but this is not enough to ensure to keep himself safe from penalties. Isn't it beautiful, my friends? We wanted him to take touch and go, and he took it completely. Wow. Yes, one wheel has to be there. A three-wheel drift performed on a Supra. This is called, they've been fighting for a group. This is an extremely rare phenomenon when a Supra is running on 3 wheels. This is something insane. Now let's see the score of Damir Diatulin. No, there's -7 for the wheels. And the angle and the style, there are some deductions as well. So it was 98, and then there was -8. So this is 90.5. Am I correct? 90.5. Yes, I'm correct. 90.5 for Damir Diatulin. This is what the track borders can do to good results. But let us not forget that the qualifying only determines the position of the driver in the competition bracket. All of our drivers get to top 32, except for those who get double zeros. Now Evgeny Losov. the driver who has got some 100-point qualifyings in his track record. And after the Mirida Tulin, after his teammate Evgeny Losev comes out on his first run, a very similar first touch and go, then he's running to touch and go 3. Yes, this is touch and go 3 in the middle of the deceleration zone. And I want to believe that he started accelerating at the right moment, right underneath the judges' tower. And yes, unfortunately here the track border has been a little narrow for the energy, for the crazy energy of Evgeny Losev, who in his turn is already in touch and go 6 and 7. And the last transition is performed in such a gorgeous angle, just wow. And of course, losing a wheel outside would be really problematic. This was powerful. Especially the last sector is a poem. It is a song. The last transition looks insane. And now we'll see a moment when I gave a little sigh of disappointment. Because there, Evgeny did a little correction in order to not to get outside, and he still did. It was at the very end of this expensive double penalty zone. I remind you that you get -5 for 1, wheel -10 for 2, -20 for 3. But I guess that if it is 3 wheels, it is an unchaseable run. It would be something that is impossible to correct. And in the last transition, which is the second, the angle was 71 degrees. That was amazing. That was something extremely impressive performed by Evgeny Losev. But just like Evgeny Losev said, I can get 100 points, but this is something I don't find interesting. This is boring. And he shows us what he finds interesting. This is something we love too. We totally support Evgeny Losev and all his aspirations. Conceptually, we are 100% with him. We're great fans of Evgeny Losev. We're great fans of all of our drivers, without exceptions. But, well, there is also such a term as tastes, and tastes may differ. But we've got our collection of quotes about the judges' assignment, about this configuration, and we are now reading it. If Evgeny Losev may be penalized for all these tricks in the second transition, because everything is very strictly regulated in terms of angles. I checked the assignment and I couldn't but remember that there was a big angle required in the last sweeper, but no, it's medium. It has to be medium. But Stislav said that the big angle would not be penalized. If you still can carry the large angle through the sweep without losing speed and without violating other requirements, then it is okay. But the angle has to be still stable, and it doesn't have to cause any speed loss. If we take a look at the diagram, there is an angle decrease. It has to be linear, and this is because this is the profile of this turn. The car is turning at the same time, keeping a stable position of the car body. So the angle has to be gradually decreasing. Once again, this is a good picture, -5 point penalty. If you don't look at the very, very last rectangle where you see -7. Interestingly, this rectangle is also colored in the hallmark colors of Russian Drift Series. It's pink and it says, now look here. And it's unfortunately -7. So this is not even a 90. This is -12. So this is 88 points. And this is 14th position in the rating, but we understand all the places where he lost the precious points. And in the second run, I'm sure Evgeny Losev knows how to adjust his car setups, the tire pressure, and his actions as well. I know that Fresh Racing team knows what to do. And now here's a tow truck moving to the burnout area where the leader of the qualifying, Georgy Chevchan, needed to be evacuated. Interesting. And this may mean that Gocha is not going on his second run, keeping some space for his opponents. Now, any driver who gets 100 points in his second run would automatically become the winner or the leader of the qualifying. This is not the worst situation to take a technical timeout, especially considering that Gocha is having no more runs today, because I don't see any health group transfers, because you can go to the health group, but your first results would be cancelled. I've never seen such desperate drivers who would say, well, 100 is okay, I will have it cancelled. I will do another 100 and it will be better. No way. This is the only attempt that Gocha is having this time, but thankfully this timing is arranged in such a way. The top 32 is tomorrow, so if Gocha ever has to do top 32, because there is some intrigue in the qualifying, this is the battle for Bayram, so there are things to fight for, there are things to compete for, and I'm sure that the opponents of Georgy Chevchan will do their best to use this opportunity, just like Artyom Shabanov. He's running in for the second run. This is a nice and confident initiation. He's sliding with his left rear wheel, and he is already in touch and go 3. Adds more angle, and he is doing it without reducing speed, and one wheel still escapes in the double penalty zone. Without it, it would have been perfect, but now touch and go 5, yes, and then he shifts inward in the clouds of smoke to touch and go 6, 7, and to the last transition. And I guess here were 2 wheels outside. I guess it should be still 1, but well, it is still a penalty, so he leaves no more space for doubt. Wow, is it a clockwise? No, it's 180. A 180 spin. And now when the smoke is blown away, Shabanov would not be there. Focus. He's not gonna use these tires anymore, for sure. This is not circuit racing where you can burn out your tires and then use them. But for the rain, many drivers have a special tire that has been correctly burned out and prepared. They also have some funny marks, like Fresh Racing has some funny ones. And therefore, these are the tires that he is throwing away. I guess in between the runs, Artyom Shabanov didn't even change his tires. But probably Artyom is the one who changed the tires, because yesterday he said that he can hardly extend 1 tire for 2 rounds, because he exterminates the tires in such a way that they don't last for more than 1 run. I guess he's not risking it in the qualifying, because if the tire expires, when the sun heats up the asphalt more, and the asphalt is getting blacker and blacker, so I guess it absorbs the solar power more and more. And moreover, it's less windy now, so the asphalt is less cooled, so probably the grip is now stronger. And once the grip is stronger, the tire life is getting shorter. And regardless, the character of this configuration, this is one of the longest scored section of the track in our calendar in both series, RDS GP and RDS Open. Now, RDS GP, the closest one to me, the only one that is longer, is the 3 reverse configurations: Zagora Drive, Nizhny Novgorod, the N-Ring, and Moscow Raceway. And I now recall that at one of the parking lots in Chelyabinsk last year at RDS Europe, the length of the configuration was 774, which is only 20 meters shorter. But at the same time, the code of the Chelyabinsk region is 74. So it is beautiful, it is symbolic, almost 777. So is that Pyotr Borodin, who hasn't qualified yet? He's not in Open, and he's not related to RDS Open already, but he is like, yeah, I see. But Chelyabinsk is pretty close to Kazakhstan anyway. We are waiting for this score, and now we're looking at Sergei Kuznetsov and his flanker. The score is being prepared. We will see the graphics soon. Yes, it is not very motivating, especially the right-hand side. There is -9, -5, and 2 by 2. And this tile, this half a point, it would make it 98.5, but no, there is no improvement. There is no improvement. So horrible. 21 for the line, 35 for the angle, and 33.5. Why so little? 89.5 for Artyom Shabanov. We have seen it in top drivers, starting from Timofey Dobrovolsky, who was the first one to top the qualifying protocol, and only his senior teammate managed to move him down. Sergei Kuznetsov from Start Stars Aimol had 98 points in the first run, and in several seconds he will go on his run 2. As soon as 3 reds will change for 1 green, it will happen. So this is the pursuit for the 2 last point by the driver from Samara representing Start Stars Aimol. Here is initiation, pressing the accelerator, and now touch and go 2 is missed, so there is no improvement whatsoever because there is 4 points sitting in clip number 2. And everything that is happening now is simply technical kind of a creativity, technical art. There will be several drivers who've got some beautiful performances, but this is not a by-run kind of performance. Sergei Kuznetsov has got to do better than 83.5 because Maxim Grossman's second run was 83.5. So to move him down, he's got to get more. But I don't think that Sergei Kuznetsov is thinking about Maxim Grossman when he's going on his second qualifying run. But at the moment when he missed touch and go 2, the task, apart from the 4, was to keep 12.5 points. And then he would be able to outperform Maxim Grossman. But even if he does, I don't know if he would get any happier. It depends on the bracket. And we never know. No one of the drivers wants to go bad or wants to go like, I missed 1 clip, so I don't care and give a spin. No. Any run in any environment is a little piece of experience that you can get here. And you can see how much enthusiasm the drivers have about these runs. First of all, they didn't have practice on Thursday. Secondly, there's only 1 car that can be on this track at a time. If it's a tandem run, there can be 2. But I mean that the lines are big, the big waiting time, because everyone wants to practice. And therefore, yesterday, there were not so many opportunities to practice, because we have configurations like the red ring, which is a loop, and once the car reaches an apex, then the second car can continue. We are watching the replay of Sergei Kuznetsov's run, but we are all interested in the direction in which the driver makes a 360 spin. For example, Gosha didn't go on his second run and he didn't perform a spin. But now a 360 was a 9.5 out of 10. It was great. It was very good. Very nice, precise, no extra movements, very rhythmic, without corrections. Just great. So this is -9 for the line. Let's calculate 9, 12, 13. So this is 87. It was very close to Maxim Grossman at the end. So 21 for the line, 32.5 for the angle, 33.5 for the style, which makes a total of 87. And Sergei Kuznetsov is the 5th in the qualifying rating. Overrunning Maxim Grossman in the pursuit for this place. 2 fresh racing drivers haven't completed their qualifying. 2 have. That is, these are 2 guys with the same last name, Denis and Nikita Migals. And now Damir Diatulin on his second run. The first one for Damir wasn't very good, but we know that he is trying to correct his mistakes. Damir Diatulin is breaking in the squared section of the track in his beautiful style. He works to touch and go 1. He's running touch and go number 3, and yes, he takes touch and go 3 once again. He presses the accelerator. Oh, if one wheel was outside, there were some millimeters. He may be penalized for the start because you could tell how he was trying to hold the car and keep it within. Touch and go 6 is on the agenda. Everything is great here. Now the last transition, as usual, very accurate. Great stable angle. This is Damir style, the last sweeper and the last clip. Touch and go 10. Here, no wheels outside and a clockwise 360 spin. Damir, if you planned to do this spin in such a way, please wink at us and we will know that this is your initial idea. This is 8.5 or 8 out of 10. We've got to be a little bit stricter because he is a great maestro. Let's say it's 8.25. Okay. We need to make a vote on our Telegram channel about the 360 spins. We will do it at the end of the qualifying, probably. The best 360 in Russian Drift Cup. And then we will give a special prize to the winner. The competition results will be declared tomorrow on air. The best 360 spin at the qualifying. Why not? I guess our director, Anna Serebrennikova, can show us and make us a compilation of these beautiful donuts performed by our drivers. Oh, no, he was in. He was still in. He was still in. Yay. Interesting. Everything is very interesting for the judges. Now we are waiting for the results. I suspected that the style might be compromised because Damir was trying to throttle very carefully, trying to keep the car away from the 5-point penalty. And now the question is if he's penalized for the style. It's very interesting. And this is seriously very important. This is about the first place of the qualifying and the direct ticket to top 16. And this is not a joke because everyone is so much charged for the success and for the victory. Now we're waiting. The judges haven't made up their minds completely. 2/3 are ready and 1/3 is not. But this is the main 1/3 that we've been waiting for. Now let us not draw any parallels. Evgeny Losev is now waiting. So the score is appearing, and what is that? This is another 100. 100. Damir Yatulin once again. Come on. The leader of the qualifying. 90.5 for the first attempt. And 100 goes to Damir Yatulin. Oh, wow. 100 in the second. My dear friends, Gocha must feel so bad. 91 points would be enough to keep the leadership. But instead of them, he's got a 0. Now, Evgeny Losev is preparing. Now, of course, we want another 100. Evgeny Losev is pressing on the right pedal, exact on the white line, collecting 2 first clips. Goes to the deceleration zone number 2. The first one was at initiation. And whoa, that handbrake is not needed. He will be penalized for the style. That's inevitable for this element. And wow, how beautifully he spins the car around and makes the transition. And then he collects touching goes 5 and touching goes 6 and touching goes 7. He goes to the second transition. Here, this is a traditional large angle. And he misses touch and almost misses touch and go 9, but he still collects this clip as well. And yes, and this is a clockwise with a little hesitation in the first quarter. So it would be 7.5 out of 10. I am trying to be kind today. Let's be a good policeman. And now, so what do we see here? What do we see at this replay? At this performance of the fourth, at this here, and the fourth group has finished their performance. We thank all the authors of these beautiful runs. We've got 2 100-point runs, and the next group would consist of 4 drivers, because we've got 1 technical failure. Ivan Sidych, Danila Vorobyov, Artur Zelenin, Danila Skorobogatov. Danila Skorobogatov has got a new E92, which was returned to him after he drove the Chaser JZX 100, where he broke an engine. He did have to do so, but it happened. And here I don't see any hesitation. Everything is great. 9.5 out of 10 for this 360 spin. Now, Danila Skorobogatov and his JZ, a very sad story because the engine failed during the qualifying at this 7th event of RDS GP, and it was so spectacular when he stained all the configuration with oil. Even though he drove perfectly, the engine was replaced there at Moscow Raceway. He had a backup engine, but it could survive only through a burnout, after which there were some metal chips in the oil, which meant that the engine wasn't feeling well. And here, look, the spectator stands are so close. There's such a great contact of the driver with the spectators. I'm sorry for this. I was just mesmerized with this beautiful performance. Usually everything is not seen in the light, but now I can even see faces of the people. This is the score of Evgeny Losev, and this is one touch and go that was missed, as I suspected, and style-wise, -2 for the handbrake in sector 2. It makes a total of -3 and -2. This is 92 points for Evgeny Losev, so there is an improvement. And this is only the 12th position in the rating. But we're used to seeing lots of 90-plus results, especially among GP drivers. But now we've got already 18 drivers with a 90-plus result in both A and B groups. So we know that we've got 2 competitions for 2 groups. We've got 2 leaders. We will have 2 qualifying winners, and totally we've got 18 persons out of 22. Can you imagine? So the percentage of a 90-plus is simply over the top. And why? It is all because this is Russian Cup. This is the super final of this amazing season, the final of the final. And by the way, Ivan Sidikh almost lost one attempt because I guess he just simply got confused in the traffic. It's good that he was forgiven, because then there would be nerves and there would be an attempt to save himself. And who knows, maybe there could be another buy run vacancy, but no, here is number 61 and E36. And here we go, here we go, here we go. Wait, it is an E46. And Ivan Sidikh has a 0. This is a 0, and this is a technical problem, which is especially bad. This is not a mistake of the driver. This is simply some technical trouble that he couldn't overcome. So we can have a chat with Damir Diatulin, who is the current leader of the qualifying in A group. And here it starts. Here it starts. This is absolutely insane battle between RDS-GP drivers, what we've been longing for. And this is the king of qualifying from RDS-GP, Damir Diatulin, Fresh Racing Team. Dear spectators, we've got to hear you. Damir, could you share your impressions? This was a great run. We're so thankful to you. We applauded all together. Thank you. Is that it? Are you happy? Well, I guess this was not a 100-point run, because I was hardly reaching some of the clips with my left foot, which I guess is not the right way to do it. But I want to say to all the people of Rostov, we came here for you. Even though last year the commentators, Nikolai and Evgeny, mentioned that we didn't come because we didn't love you. It is wrong. I want to ask them not to say it anymore, because we really love you. Dear Rostov, we came here for you. Thank you. Thank you all. This is Damir Diatulin. Came here for you, and he showed this amazing show for you. At this moment, he is the intermediate leader of the qualifying round. And generally, I want to say that we all love the spectators of Russian Drift Series. Thank you all. Thank you all for giving us your hearts, your smiles, your energy. This is all done for you. I hope that the drivers can feel your energy. Hello, hello, hello. I hope that you feel more comfortable now, because the wind is not that strong anymore. And now this feels like summer. You don't have to hide your heads and the hoods. But now the sun is coming out. You can get sunburned. This weather is deceiving. Once the wind is out, it becomes hot. And once the wind begins, it gets cold. Now Ivan Sidikh unfortunately gets a 0 for his first run, and we really hope that this technical problem can be overcome during the break that he has. But as far as I can understand, there are no messages about health group or technical failures. Maybe this is just the gear that is out. Danilo Vorobyov from Coil Racing Drift team. Last year here at the Russian Cup, he showed a very aggressive third-place battle and he outperformed with the aggression, but now we're going to see his solo run, the first qualifying run on the E36, which is definitely an E36, number 98. And this is his first clip, and he makes a jump. But he collects touch and go number 2, just like touch and go number 3. And now he's already in sector 2. He collects now all the 4s, one after another, makes a transition. Here's 5/1, and the second is also taken. Then he shifts inward after touch and go number 6, and he goes outside into the transition, and unfortunately there is a line violation, but it's not very severe in terms of the score, and then everything is very good in the last curve. But now let's recall that the qualifying leaders have 100 points, and they take the first and the second place. So any visible mistake, I mean a line mistake, would bring your aspirations for the leadership to a 0. Therefore, now I guess Danilo Vorobyov may find himself somewhere in the top part of the protocol because the run looked really awesome. But this violation of the track, this one wheel outside the dotted line, is ruining it all. Danilo was one step away because the right front wheel was exactly on the dotted line. This is a very demotivating mistake. Moreover, all these more severe ones were avoided, what let other drivers down. They did it really well with the assignment, but here there's 1 centimeter here, 1 centimeter there, and finally the line is compromised by a half. Danilo Vorobyov managed to avoid it, but this dotted line, this malicious dotted line, found itself under the wheel, and this is a 2-point penalty. The rest is not that bad, and this is 94 points altogether for Danilo Vorobyov. Therefore, and this is a pretty high position. This is not a top 5, and not even top 10, I guess. Yes, this is 12th place with 94 points for Danilo Vorobyov. And now we are waiting for his second run where he has a chance to improve it. And now we've got a short technical break to refresh the marks on the track, because this has been a half of group 5. We've got 3 groups, and therefore this is approximately a half. Yes, I guess we will have a break after the end of the first round of the group. This is Artur Zelenyy, Star Zaimol, flanker F, but he is representing RDS Open League, but on board a flanker from RDS GP. We've seen one flanker, and Sergei Kuznetsov showed a brilliant performance. Now let's see if Artur Zelenyy can continue this tendency. Artur Zelenyy is in the first curve. 2 first clips are perfectly taken by Artur. Now he shifts here, yes, in sector 2. Then he moves smoothly, taking 2 touch and goes number 4 as far as we can see. Then there is a transition to touch and go 5. And here the line is slightly narrow, but still he's moving on the line. And now he's got to go through the last third sector, the last curve, and here he catches on the dotted line with left front wheel. The most important thing is not to fall outside here, and he does it. Bravo! I've got one story about Artur Zelenyy at this location. This was the beginning of the season, the middle of April. Artur Zelenyy is a contender of the first event of RDS Open, the next competition. And here in next competition, aboard his BMW E92, he gets the highest score of all the contenders, outperforming even the pro drivers. This is a good story. This was a nice beginning of the season. Everyone was surprised, but everyone was like, yes, rookies can be lucky sometimes. Dmitry Dobrovolsky is giving a round of applause to his teammate. And everyone's like, oh, come on, sometimes rookies can be lucky. But then it started. How many qualifyings did he win? 4 qualifyings. He repeated the record of Ivan Palmin. Ivan Palmin, the bronze prize winner of RDS Europe, won 4 out of 7 qualifyings that year. But back then, there was no next competition. And Artur Zelený in next competition got 4 victories out of 7 events. Timofey Dobrovolsky couldn't win the qualifying. I don't know why. I've been asking him, and he said, well, I don't really care. I'm okay with winning tandem runs. And he finally got a title 1 event before the end of the season. He was very sad he couldn't do 2 events before the end of the season. He wanted to put everyone down. He wanted to humiliate everyone, to dominate. Or maybe he just wanted to relax a little bit earlier. All right, so we're waiting for the results of Artur Zelený. I guess they must be ready. And now we see flawless line. Unfortunately, in the angle, something was wrong in Sector 1. There was an angle correction before the transition and 3 more corrections that brought him to this result. -4 points, which is the same as missing 1 expensive clip. But still, this is a 90-plus result. This is 91, nevertheless, for the first run. And this is place 6. A great result. He gets to top 32. Congratulations. This is the 6th place in B group. And this is Danila Skorobogatov. We have already told you his dramatic story. And so we hope that everything is going to be okay. We keep our fingers crossed. All right, so we are ready to watch. Here comes Danila Skorobogatov, 100 meters of running. Dust from underneath the wheels, and now the smoke is coming. 1 wheel is immediately outside the track, and Danila Skorobogatov is still okay with this. I am sure he doesn't even know about it. How long he's been hanging on there after the deceleration zone. Here the speed has fallen so much that he couldn't even violate the borders of the track, even if he had such a plan, even though I'm sure he did. And now he takes touch and goes number 5. Touch and go number 6 is also taken. And now the last transition for the driver of Lukoil Racing Drift team, and the final curve with still one untaken clip, and here is 1 wheel outside again. Now let me play the advocate of Danila Skorobogatov and explain why it happened to him. First of all these adventures with the engine deprived Danila Skorobogatov of all the practice runs here at this configuration. Now he's also driving a raw car that hasn't been properly set up. To set up a car, you need to drive it. And when the mechanics are working on the engine, you cannot practice, you cannot drive it. You can only sit in the cockpit and imagine you're doing it, but nothing else. So some approximate setups have been made, and here he comes. So Danila Skorobogatov is simply testing the car. And I would say that for such a situation, this is a good performance. And plus, he's got very big psychological pressure. It is very bad when the engines are breaking in your car one after another. Even if it's not your fault, you lose the faith in your vehicle and yourself. It is very uncomfortable. It is all very so nervous, and maybe you try to stay on the safe side. You try to save the car. When you start saving the car, you cannot go at maximum, and so your result is not as outstanding as it can be. You cannot relax under the psychological pressure. Danila is a young guy, and he's got the character. He's 29 years old, so he is pretty young. This is not a schoolboy, but nevertheless. But he joined us when he was a student. Yes, he started his winter drifting career as a schoolboy. He didn't even have a driving license, but he already had a ladder for winter drifting. Sometimes it happens. These are the 3 letters. Adler Fighter is the name of this car. E92 that Grigory Gutyev used to drive, and he used to drive it brilliantly. And Danila Skorobogatov made friends with this car very fast. The technical problems distracted him from taming the car, but nevertheless they made a match. And also there were some collisions with his opponents that were quite a few. We've taken a look at some statistic parameters, and Danila Skorobogatov has made a very serious contribution to his team's success. And this is a wow. Yes, everything is great except for this -4 for the line, which I believe would be very hard to remove. This is 92.5 points, which is very good. Danila Skorobogatov, congratulations on this good, successful first run. This is the end of the first run of Group 5, and here we take a commercial break to refresh the lines on the track. And you, my dear spectators who are currently here, can support our technical staff with applause.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
Привез вам показать карету короля дальних земель. Пробег от дворца до дворца. Не бита, не крашена. На нее даже ни разу не нападали.
А это мы сейчас и узнаем в бесплатном отчете. Свяжись с продавцом.
Получите бесплатный отчет о машине, связавшись с продавцом. Автору. История авто бесплатно.
Третья колонка готова. Ваши свежие круассаны и какао с собой.
Добро пожаловать на новый АЗС международного бренда TEBOIL. Здесь вас всегда ждет приветливый сервис, уютное кафе и качественное топливо. TEBOIL. Хорошо, как дома.
В 2024-м явных преимуществ технических не было ни у кого.
За РДС Европы, ребята, надо следить. Там
нормальные пацаны ездят.
Там вырастает будущее. Все прекрасно. Мы не проиграли сегодня.
Наверное, дрифт — это вообще история настолько уникальная, что и сравнивать не с чем. Мы одни такие.
Шинная борьба. 4-й сезон.
И не сказали, что вы не успеваете.
Я думаю, что мы им показали, что они не такие недосягаемые, как, возможно, некоторым из них кажется.
Темная лошадка, казалось бы, ноунейм-пилот может стать чемпионом.
Повторить это сложно, а без подготовки должной невозможно.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
And we are back. If half of the fifth group is over, and now this is the familiarization run for Ivan Sidych. So he's back, which means that the car is okay, and he doesn't have to go to the health group. But unlike Georgy Chevchan, this transfer to the health group would be relevant because his first attempt was a 0. Ivan Sidych is the only driver who has got a regular synchronized transmission, and this is a GS5 BMW transmission which has been reinforced, and it has several general problems. The GS5 has got it. There are two transmissions, GS5 and GS6. GS5 has a problem in around gear 4. Its body can simply break, so it's reinforced, and GS6 breaks the gears, so you've got to choose one of the two evils. But GS5 feels very good in gear 3, and sometimes he doesn't hit the reduction. But Ivan Sidych is running very slow. I don't really like it, especially considering that from the moment he started his burnout to the end of the to the beginning of the qualifying run, it must be not more than 2 minutes. The moment when the driver starts on his familiarization run, there must be 2 minutes. The run itself, it's around 40 seconds, but it looks like he's going in the wrong direction. He's going to the service park for some reason. I hope this is not bad news, but it looks like he is not coming back immediately to the start. It looks like he is not going anywhere. I guess this is the same thing that happened in the first run, so it looks like a 0. I mean, the first one would be a 0 and the second would be just none, because he is not coming. Oh no, he's coming back. He's coming to the start, and I hope that he runs faster. The speed restriction everywhere except for the track is 5 kilometers per hour officially. Ah, yes, here he is. This is Ivan Sidych, BMW E46, the only one in the competition, representing Rostov-On-Don, the champion of RDS Open 2024. 2Gs GDE, 600 HP. And now, this is his only run, his only attempt. In such a stressful situation, I hope he can handle his nerves and he can show any result possible, anything but 0. Ah, yes, I hear that he got really lost in the gears. Yes, sometimes it happens. Yes, you can see that this is a regular transmission, and we hope that he can do it this time, and that this time he takes it all to the finish. So now we go, 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 go! This is a drifter from Rostov-On-Don, and yes, you can see that he has some problems at the initiation. He continues the struggle, but still he brings it back to the harmony, and with a little swing. Is the wheel debunked? No, 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 it's still intact. The discs are black, so you can hardly see it. He is going on a very narrow line. He's hardly collecting the clips because the car is not feeling very well. The driver is simply trying to agree with the car so that he wins the one night to fix all the technical problems that are holding him back. The result that we're counting for, speaking about the competition of the next competition of RDS Open, I hope this is not an unchaseable round, even though it does really look like this. Imagine a chaser. Where would he go? Poor one. With these lines, with these transitions. But let's keep it to the judges, who will now tell us everything in language of figures. Yes, it looks like he's simply lacking gears in the transmission. And he has to go with the wrong gear, maybe one gear lower. And this is why the accelerator work was so intermittent, and this is why he was lacking speed. This is why he had these maneuvers and these angles. But as a result, he managed to take it to the finish, which is the most important thing. Here, it would be -2 points penalty, because you are not allowed to cross this dotted line. You can drive on it, but you are not allowed to cross it. And now it looks like the judges will check the no-go zone. What is happening with the no-go zones? Ah, wait, I see. Yes, he was very deep in there. But by the moment, so many things had happened. He was more of on the left-hand side than on the right-hand side. One wheel sliding on the dotted line, but the question is when that right wheel was there. But at least there can be no negative score for the line, but that can be 4 wheels outside. And if it is so, then this would be a 0. And nothing would be possible to do with this, because for the leader, the no-go zones equal to the borders of the track. If you manage to fit all of your 4 wheels there, then sorry, this would be a 0. But we are waiting for the results. Now all the secrets will be revealed. And now the calculator, who only knows deductions, will be in the hands of the judges, and they begin deducting from that 100. According to the first information that I get, this is not a 0, which is great. This is already good news. And now we're waiting for the final result. You could tell that Ivan Sidych is going to the competition bracket, hitting one of the leaders of the A group. He is from a B group. He is from RDS Open. This is Danila Vorobyov. Danila Vorobyov, yes. But how could it happen that there are 2 Danilas? Because there is Daniil, there is Danila. And these are different names. And we've got 2 Danilas in the same team. We've been very ironic about this, saying that Lukoil Racing Drift team has got a name filter when they were selecting candidates, and it happened. The Danila name was the one that complied with the requirements of Lukoil Racing Drift team. But Lukoil is a serious organization, and the team cannot step away from their title. And also, this is a very famous company, and maybe people voted for this name Danila. Well, it's a beautiful name. It's good that there is a driver who is Danila, but what if it was a Simeon or someone like this? Danila is probably the most favorite name of Lukoil company. So if you come from Kogalym city, tell me how many Danilas you know. It is a beautiful theory. Hello, my friends. Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, Rostov. If you see yourself on the screen, give us a wave. Oh, there's Pikachu out there. An extended version of Pikachu. Pikachu Long. Is it a Chinese version or is it a limo? Pikachu limo. Pikachu stretch. The camera is on the left, guys. Look left if you're interested. Yes, 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 exactly. Here. Yes, right. You're doing it right. Once you come home, you can find this moment in the broadcast, make a screenshot, and you can frame it or you can post it in our social media. By the way, don't forget to subscribe to the Telegram channel of Russian Drift Series. There you can find a lot of useful information, and all the changes of the timing are also published there. Oh yeah, this is generous. There is something left from the line. There is 12 points left from the line, and there is even 14 for the style. Wow, this is a lot of mercy that I see. This is 46.5. This is a non-zero result. I know how hard it was, but I hope that his mechanics can bring the car back to order. But I guess only transmission replacement is required. Now, Danila Vorobyov from Lukoil Racing Drift team is at the start. An 800 HP E36, a driver from Penza, at least this season, because he's been migrating. Here they are, Danilo Vorobyov, his second attempt. He had 94 points in the first run. Wow! He just scared that plastic foam on the way to touch and go 2. And now this touch and goes number 4 that the driver from Lukoil Racing Drift team collects. Now here's a transition right to touch and go 5/1, and the second touch and go 5 has been taken. Touch and go 6 is also collected, the last transition, and then the sweeper with 2 clips from 8 to 10. He collects number 9 and 10 as well, without crossing the borders of the track. Yes, clockwise. This was a clockwise spin. The clockwise spin is getting more popular. Danilo Vorobyov has really done some follow-up, and he didn't make the same mistake as he did in the first run, which is the dotted line. He didn't cross at this time with his left front wheel. He managed to fit his car on the right-hand side before touch and go 8, before transition 2. Exactly according to the assignment. And speed-wise, he was also faster, at least judging by the replay. You can see that the left front wheel was outside in the first run, and the second it was not. Everything is clear and nice, and the run is perfect. I wonder what the judges of the angle and the line say about this. There is a little hesitation out there. He had to release the acceleration and then press the clutch so that the car doesn't continue spinning. I don't know where this tendency is coming from, but it is very clearly seen at this moment. But thankfully, the driver... by the way, this is the first run replay as far as I can see, because the dotted line was in the wrong position. So, this is the only question, because all the rest looked very, very cool. He represents Lukoil Racing Drift team. The 360 spin, yes, and... he hasn't spinned it, so it would be a 5.5 out of 10. Okay, I'm kidding, because this is not a matter for scoring. We are just having fun here. But by the way, I guess we should thank our drivers for this beautiful show. Obviously, the spectators also love it, because you don't see every day a 1000 HP monster dancing waltz right in front of you after a qualifying run. In the first run, by the way, Danila had 94 points with the 2 points of line penalty for having a wheel outside the line. Now Artur Zelený is preparing for his run. He represents Starpio Star Zaimol. He's on board his flanker F. Now we're still waiting for the score of Danilo Vorobyov. I feel that it must be pretty decent. And by the way, speaking of which, there can be an improvement performed by this driver from Lukoil Racing Drift team. After several moments, we will see it all. And yes, these are the results. This is 98.5 points, -1 for the style in around touch and go number 2, that he dropped the speed out there, and the rest is absolutely brilliant. Congratulations, Danilo, very good. And his position is 5. Yeah, so this is the 5th line in the rating currently, because there are some other interesting drivers. And he outperforms Arkady Tseregradzev, by the way. A miracle, isn't it? But with such crazy competition, it's not surprising. Artur Zelený from Starpio Star Zaimol. And he's one but last. But in this team, he is the last one. Look, the drivers have warmed up. The line is getting wider and wider. The plastic foam is closer and closer. But this part's all safe. Now he's going through touch and go 3. And he sticks to the white line with the left rear wheel. And he has a transition to touch and go 5. And here they are. Here are the 5s. And now missing the no-go zone, going around. We will have to see what he did in touch and go number 6. Now Artur Zelený is already in the last curve, takes touch and go 8 and then 9. Now number 10 is left, and it is all perfect, just like the border of the track at the finish. In terms of the line, it's all great. Number 6 was a little bit doubtful, but I hope the time wrong. I feel sorry for the drivers from the last group because the sun is going lower and lower and it's shining into the eyes and it reflects from the asphalt. I guess this is why we had to do this technical pause to make the lines better visible. Who has ever driven on broad asphalt spaces? You know how asphalt can sparkle and it can disinform you about the position of different elements. Touch and go 6 has been taken. So probably the line was a little narrow because everyone usually is going from the broad to the narrow and here he went vice versa. But this line was still enough and the sides of touch and go 6 was enough for the left front wheel to hit that square. So yeah, it's a little bit nervous, but everything is still great, everything is good. So we can breathe out and simply wait for the score. The score of Artur Zelenyy. And this way we will find out the results of the entire Start Pro Starzai Mall team. We've got another representative of Lukoil Racing Drift Team, Grigory Gusev, and another representative of Carville Racing, Ivan Palmin, and also Transpark, represented by Magomed Isaev. He hasn't come to the start yet. And in personal competition, there was Ruslan Arefiev and Sergei Korneev preparing for their runs. I just listed you the contenders from Group 6. And in Group 5, we only have Danila Skarabagatov, who hasn't done his second run. He had 92.5 in the first run. We've told you the dramatic story of his relationship with the engines that he had on the way. And finally, there is a happy ending. Let's keep our fingers crossed, because the end is still very far away, but the qualifying is almost over. Sector 1 has been compromised. You could see some suffering out there. The line is absolutely clear, but there is an improvement. There is an improvement, and this is a significant one. This is 94 points, and he outperforms Anton Kozlov. And Artur Zelenyy rises to rank 5. Wait, this is Group B. Sorry. He is in Group B, so he is on line 5. And now he's not ahead of Fyodor Vorobyov. Okay, let's proceed. Danila Skarabagatov, Lukoil Racing Drift Team, representing the city of Tomsk, on board his BMW E92 with 2JZ GTE under the hood. His second qualifying run, the first was 92.5 points. So now let's see if he can make an improvement without any practice. I've already told you that he had engine troubles yesterday, but now he still feels great. There were little corrections on the way to touch and go 3, and then he's breaking into touch and goes 4. Then a transition number 1, very careful. And there is no extra sharpness required. And then into touch and go 6, he goes very confidently. Now number 7, and finally a transition, and he is going exactly to the white line, and through 9 and 10 he's going to the finish. He makes a little dance on the white line, and then he also performed a spin, but we didn't see it on air. Well, okay, but at least we are now watching the simultaneous replay of the 2 runs of this driver from Tomsk. And the second one looks more solid, it looks braver, more daring. Maybe some little changes have been introduced into the hydraulic setups, which is something that you can briefly change and briefly improve. And also you can work on the tire pressure. And you can see how confident Danila Skarabagatov is on board his car. We can say that it's his because he's been driving it for 7 events. It was rebuilt for him. Even the steering wheel was moved to the left. It was right-handed. It is still Japanese, but now it's left-handed at least. But on a chaser, he also looked very well yesterday. I don't know what would happen in the qualifying. This is all about the subjective mood. But at least there were moments of thinking in the first runs. But generally speaking, in RDSGP, we've got 2 BMW E92 vehicles with the Japanese bodies, which were initially right-handed, and then the steering wheel was changed. Meteor Mohin did the same conversion. You can see it by the positioning of these windshield cleaners. We wouldn't like to see any windshield cleaners working, but unfortunately we will see it tomorrow again. So please watch the weather forecast and dress correspondingly. The weather forecast is not optimistic. Counterclockwise! Yay! 9.8 out of 10. This was a great one. But this was a single move 360 spin, and it was counterclockwise, which is especially appreciated. That is an advantage. Beautiful cockpit in this E92, very racing style, because Lukoil Racing Drift Team is a racing team. Where's the piglet? Maybe some extra weight that he needed to get rid of. Or maybe we just don't see it. Maybe the camera is installed in such a way that we don't see the piglet, but we're really worried about this cartoon character, the passenger of Danilas Karabagata, his companion. And this is the 360 spin, so beautiful and smoky, and the sunshine, great aesthetics. And this is the result, and this is minus 2.5, and wow, this is a very good one. 97.5 points. Great, this is awesome. Very high quality run has been just performed by Danilas Karabagatov. Thank you very much for this. And he is on line 10. And I guess that Danilas Karabagatov should thank the mechanics of Lukoil Racing Drift Team for doing their job so well. I'm sure that they managed to put a new engine up in record-breakingly short period. This season is a great reason to thank all the mechanics. And now, dear spectators, can we see the stands, by the way? Can we see our spectators? Okay, not now. All right. Let's see Ivan Palmin. That's also great. He has already done his burnout, so let's not steal his time. And see the first qualifying run of Ivan Palmin. Carville Racing, the city of St. Petersburg. Supra A90, bronze prize at the previous Russian Drift Cup. Let's see what happens now. And this is the first part, the first step of this stairway to success. Ivan Palmin is running to touch and go 2, and he is currently running to get touch and go number 3, a little bit reducing the angle according to the judges' assignment. The second sector is already underneath the wheels of the Supra wearing the livery of Carville Racing. He collects to touch and goes number 4, makes the transition, takes the 5s. Then he shifts inward to touch and go number 6 towards number 7. And this is the last sweeper, perfectly on the right-hand side from the dotted line. One wheel was on the white line, but not outside. So congratulations to Ivan, at least, for doing everything perfectly in terms of the line. In the season when Ivan Palmin got his bronze prize in RDS Europe, that was 2023. Because this season was his rookie year in RDSGP, so it was 2024, I guess. Ivan Palmin got a bronze prize, and he won 4 out of 7 qualifying rounds in that season. He was really a great qualifying master, and he said that he usually goes openly, comfortably for his potential chaser, so that they could chase very closely. But he cannot chase that close, because not all the drivers do it that accurately, so he suffers from his own accurate performance. Well, he used to, because he couldn't adjust to the leaders who are not always flawless, because lead runs are cool, doubtlessly, but a chase run is top skill. But this strategy finally brought him to the podium of the history's first Russian Drift Cup, and this is an achievement that no other driver would have. There will be other prize winners, but the first prize winners are special, because the first will be the first all the time. Like Yuri Gagarin is also the only one. There are lots of cosmonauts and astronauts, but Yuri Gagarin is the only one who has recorded his name in the history of cosmonautics. All right, and this is a perfect line. We are waiting for the decision of the judges expressed in numbers. By the way, I think that the decision has already been made, and we will see it as soon as we enjoy this view. Yes, and all the scores have been prepared, so let's take a look. This is minimum penalties. It is 98 out of 100. perfect first run performed by Ivan Palmin. And this raises him very high to rank 9. Come on, 98. This is because he hasn't done his second run, and we've got several more drivers with 98. Sergei Kuznetsov and Maxim Grossman. He's got to do the second run better than 87 points, and I'm sure that he's capable of that. And on the Supra A90, this time this is Lukoil Racing Drift Team, Grigory Gusev, the city of Nakhodka, candidate of sports, champion of RDS Europe 2024. And he's going on his run. He's also the champion of RDS Asia, which is a transcontinental achievement. So he is initiating Furi Dashi, and Grigory Gusev is starting his journey on the qualifying. And this, the first two clips taken. Here is the third one. He presses the right pedal, and let's see the style evaluation. And then it looks like the slowdown was excessive. I even suspected something wrong, but no, everything is okay. The run goes on to touch and go 6 towards touch and go 7. Then the last transition and the final sweeper of the scored section of the track. Grigory Gusev is already working to touch and goes number 9 and 10 and finishes. That is beautiful. The sweeper is super long, 115 meters. Even longer than the run-in, and the first sweeper is 175 meters. From clip 2 to clip 3, it's 125 meters. It's more than the finishing curve. It's a very, very long run without any touch and goes. But there is a no-go zone, which also determines the line so that they don't do shortcuts. The line from touch and go 2 to touch and go 3 is determined by the profile of the track. So if you position yourself wrongly, if the vector is wrong, you simply couldn't go through this straight section with the deceleration at the end. Everything is strict here in terms of the movement. And the people here really understand the judge's assignment. But how can it be different? Remarkably, this configuration was reserved for the Russian Drift Cup. This moment made us all startle. Let's take a look at what happened to the speed at that moment. I suspect that it wasn't really good, and it may cause some serious penalization. And yes, it happens in the second sector for the style. Let's wait for the scores. We will see it all very soon. And now let's simply enjoy these detailed views, and we see all these surprising places where you can place your lights on a drift car. It looks like the car has lamps in nostrils. Like the headlights look like eyes. And you know that there are lots of fantasies about the eyes of the car. The headlights equal eyes. And these spots look like nostrils. Grigory Gusev is feeling great. He is greeting the spectators, which is amazing. What else I can say here? The judges' scores are or are not ready. Yeah, now I see. There are some comments about the angle that were provided by Stanislav Dolgich. I don't know if we can share them if we have time. I wouldn't say that that would be something like something very long, but we need to wait for the score. Not so many letters, but we've got numbers. But the number is not that big. So what happened to the angle? The angle increased before the transition to corrections, and one correction in sector 2 and sector 3. One in each. In sector 2, yeah, really, when he was hanging on a handbrake with a large angle. Unfortunately, we don't have any data about the angle from the drift box. This is 85.5 points. This is a productive run. It is scored, so you know the mistakes you should avoid in your second run to improve your situation. And now here comes Sergei Korneev from B Group, which means that he represents RDS Open, a prize winner of RDS Open from Yekaterinburg on board his BMW E92. Another rare one, number 107. It was absolutely stripped for the practice. Now it's dressed again for the qualifying. And now this is the first curve performed by Sergei Korneev. And this is the acceleration zone. It looks like he's a little late with the accelerator pedal. Let's check what Vladimir Safonov says about it now. The transition, and it looks like he hits the yellow line with his left rear wheel, and then the inner clip, then the outside 7. Now it's once again hard to hold the car within the track, and here comes the last sweeper. Now there are numbers 9 and 10, but the wheel is still slipping outside. It wants to go to the yellow line. Yes, there are too many problems on the way. As far as the E92 bodies are concerned, we've got 8 of them, 8 out of 32. And the second ones are A80s and Z34, which are Supras and Nissans, the Zs. It doesn't matter if it's 170Z or 400Z or RZ34. At the same time, we've got 26 JZs, which is very clear. It's surprising that this number is less than 30, at least, because some exotic solutions have been contributed by the drivers of RDS Open, and we're very thankful to them for this, because you've got to extend the world view of the others, because an engine in a drift car is not always a JZ. It can be different. Not always, but almost always, because in RDS Open the dominating majority is JZs, but they've got 1 JZ and 2 JZs, while in GP there are only 2 JZs, or there's only 1.5 JZ, 1.5 JZ in the car of Dmitry Yermohin, because this is how he started his drifting journey. Then he simply replaced the engine block with a 3-liter one, because 1 JZ cannot be extended to 3 liters because the height is different. But here, not to remake the entire hood and the collectors, the inlet and outlet collectors, you simply change the engine block, and it's associated with certain difficulties. And moreover, the JZ can also work differently, but the turbocharger can mitigate all these differences. Here is some technical information for you, and now we're waiting for the scores of Sergei Korneev, and then we will continue. We've got 2 more drivers who haven't done their first runs, Magomed Isayev and Ruslan Arefyev. These are 2 drivers who haven't qualified. They haven't appeared yet. This is the process, and now we can take a little peek into our tomorrow and tell you, dear spectators, the top 32 will start at 10 o'clock. This is Moscow time, which is also local time. But starting from 8:30, there will be tandem warm-ups for all the drift lovers. You can also watch. There can be some interesting combinations of drivers that you won't see throughout the day. And it would be also exciting to see how the drivers practice, what the weather is like in the morning, because it may rain, and this is quite possible. Or maybe we can start the process on the dry, and then the weather can change during the day. Because so the wet tandem training is very unlikely. It would be great if the judges could adjust, but on the other hand, our drivers know how to adjust themselves for the rainy weather. This season has trained everyone. No, we've got 5 Supras and 27 JZs. So here are the scores of Sergei Korneev, and here it is. This is really cruel. -6 for the wheels. But there will be another run for him to do, first of all. And secondly, this is also not a 0, so he can go to top 32. This is 85 points. 3 by 1 wheel, which makes a total of 6. But still, he is already in the tandem runs zone. Rank 7 in his B group, which looks good. Almost a half. This is Magomed Isayev, another representative of B group from Transpark team, RDS Open, on board his E92 from Rostov-On-Don. And now he begins his movement. Now the run-in, 100 meters of run-in have flied by, and now this is the Furidashi. Here comes touch and go number 2, which is taken, and now he moves towards the deceleration zone. They're underneath the judge's tower. He is pulling the handbrake on time. He had to let it go. And here, unfortunately, there will be a serious penalty because this is a double penalty zone. He misses 5/1. One wheel slips outside. Then he's running towards touch and go number 6 and touch and go 7. There's a question about the border of the track, and here's touch and go 8, which is done correctly, just like touch and go 9. A correction is done in round touch and go 10, which helps him avoid another wheel outside, and now he is going to do a spin. We've seen this spin not completely. We haven't seen it completely, so we cannot score it. After the first run, Magomed Isaev decided to do his spin, but maybe he wants to make an improvement in the 360 spin as well. This is going to be a minimum 5-point penalty for one wheel outside in the double penalty zone. If it's 2, it will be 10. It looks like 1, but this is not only about the wheel. There were some more wheels out. Oh, maybe there were 2. And if it's 2, then it would be also minus touch and go number 4/1. Oh no, /2, which is cheaper. It is 2 points. But 12 or 13 points doesn't make a big difference because both is painful. But here comes the difference, -5 or -12. This is a difference. It is an abyss. 7 points difference is huge. But now I'm checking out this tile. I cannot tell you what I see here, but the line score is not prepared. Sometimes it happens, because this is the moment when Anton Novikov needs some assistance from Andrei Pauli, who is there on his special monitors looking at some arguable moments, supplying information to Anton Novikov about the missing information. Anton Novikov is looking at it with his own eyes, but still from the judge's tower you do not always see all the details. Here comes Andrei Pauli, the assistant, and in tandem runs he does approximately the same. He evaluates the leader in terms of the line. Carbon Kevlar and the zoom up and the well-known blue arms, all the components of the modern drift car engineering is now on the screens, my dear friends. And notice the supports and the way they are located and the handbrake supports. Yes, they are standing on the opposite sides for a reason. Depending on the location of the rear support, the car can behave differently in different situations. It can raise its rear part or it can squat. And the support of the handbrake is usually installed in such a way that the car squats, doesn't rise. And it is done for better control, because if you are trying to stabilize your car and it unloads the rear axle at the moment, it will cause destabilization. It can help you accelerate the spin at the initiation. And Magomed used a lot of handbrake during his transitions, which is also not good. But most important is not to pull the handbrake before your car crosses the 0 position and the angle. And if it does, it is also strictly penalized. You need a speed jump. There is -12 for the wheels, and plus there's touch and go 4, -2, -2 for touch and go 5. This is -10, -2. So there were 2 wheels outside the white line in the first sector. There is a big angle deduction, and what do we have in total? Yes, this is a productive run, so congratulations to Magomed. He's got 66 points and he can already breathe out and prepare for top 32. But he can also make an improvement. He's got a chance. So now, as our colleagues say, last but not least, Ruslan Arefyev is now going on his first qualifying run. A driver from Moscow on board his BMW E92. This is the driver who has got a huge collection of trophies in drag racing, decided that he cannot do without drifting. But one wheel is already outside, here in around touch and go 2. Then he touches the no-go zone, but without violation, hardly reaches touch and go 3. And here he's on the edge with one wheel, and this is definitely a wheel outside, so that is a -5 penalty for Ruslan Arefyev. But the run still goes on, no matter what. Touch and go 6, 7, and the last transition, the final sweep. He is trying to be careful, but 2 points, and the wall was very close. But still, Ruslan Arefiev gets the entire structure back in place, and the run is now over with the result. Here at this moment we felt worried, but the most important thing is that he didn't release the accelerator pedal and pushed his car back into the track. He had to push it a little bit with the clutch. There is such a technique when a little accelerator work helps the car push back, and you catch some micro grip moments when you are drifting. This is also a very important component that you can exercise well in winter. This is an obvious use you can get in winter drifting. Speaking of which, the Winter Cup, the RDS Winter Cup is not that far away. So let these sun days not deceive you. After winter, the spring will come again. But to survive this winter, we've got a 2-event Winter Cup. You can find all the information on time without problems if you subscribe to our Telegram channel. Let me give you a spoiler. On the 4th and the 5th December, Igora Drive, and the second one will be at the end of January, and the dates will be published on our social media and particularly on our Telegram channel. You can experience the winter fairy tale, breathe the winter air, and see some winter drifting with famous drivers. There are such beautiful forests. It's so great, and the weather is usually amazing in St. Petersburg in that season, especially when it's snowing. It must be beautiful. Just like, I guess, Ruslan Arefiev will be also great. I think he will, but maybe not immediately, because the first run is definitely quite anxious. You see that this is not a 0, 100% this is not a 0, because if it had been a 0, I guess that the title would have appeared much faster. But here we are waiting for the final results. And interesting, it's interesting, but... No, we're still interested, but the fastest shooter of the Wild Wild West still sticks to his habits. There are lots of wheels outside, lots of penalties for the wheels. 14 and 3, yes, 14 and 3, this is for touch and go 5/2. And look at the angle. The initiation also was not very highly evaluated by Stanislav Dolgich. There are angle increases and corrections, and so he loses 6.5 on one sector alone, with one criterion alone, and this is a total of 62.5 points. This is not a 0, it's already good, and then I guess Ruslan will figure out what to do. Let's get back to the beginning of the 6th group. Ivan Palmin, number 28, St. Petersburg, representing Carville Racing. He is the nightmare of all the qualifying rounds, and he's going on his second run. In the first one, he had 98 points, and now Ivan Palmin, with a great foundation, is storming into the scored section of the track, and he is spinning his car, and one wheel immediately slips away, which means that this is at least 98, so he cannot get any more. And now he collects the next clip, and he's running towards touch and goes number 4. Here they are, without violating the borders of the track, and now there's transition to touch and goes 5, and now he's going to touch and go number 6, and he collects it as well without any problems. Then another transition, and here he misses very severely, and he misses a no-go zone, and the borders of the track are violated. A clockwise 360 spin, but not too much smoke. He doesn't look very well. This is 7 out of 10. I guess this is because Ivan Palmin was disappointed with his results. Even though he's sitting on the left-hand side, he could hardly see the borders of the track on the right-hand side. But I guess he understood it all about the last transition. The wall was very close. He didn't work very actively with accelerating around touch and go 4/2. So I suggest that probably Vladimir Safonov would be really cruel here, really merciless. He had 98 in the first attempt, which is a very good result. in this company at least. But it worked out in such a way that 98 points is just a regular result in our current reality. This is like a 9th place result, especially considering 2 100s and the very high score. Just like Timofey Dobrovolsky set a very high bar for all of this process, so the drivers keep on this bar very high. 100, 100, 99.5, 99, 99, 98.5, 3 times. These are the results, and maybe I've mixed a little bit the drivers of 2 groups, Sergei Yermakov and Mikhail Davidyantsov from the B group, but nevertheless, this is really impressive. Especially the combination of these results is very impressive when you see that the open drivers also look very good against the background of their GP colleagues. There's no serious intervention in the top lines, but still, this is a good integration regardless of the abundance of these 90-plus results. So here is the situation. If now it is not 100 points for Ivan Palmin, and I guess it is not, then we can possibly come to the conclusion that Damir Diatulin wins the qualifying, because no one of the drivers who are coming next, Grigory Gusev is probably the only one standing in Group A, but his group is 85.5. Damir Diatulin has got the worst attempt of 90.5, so with 100 wouldn't be victorious for Grigory Gusev. So we can say congratulations to Damir Diatulin. He is the winner of the qualifying in Group A, but in Group B, something can theoretically change. There are Sergei Korneev, Magomed Isayev, and Ruslan Arefiev who can outperform Sergei Yermakov. This is not that I don't believe, but the first runs were not that inspiring. It doesn't look like it's very likely. Even though we sincerely wish all of them that they surprise the spectators, the judges, and ourselves with their performance. And this is the result of Ivan Palmin. Everything is clear. This is 84.5, far from the maximum. And this is 8th position in the rating. Yes, the 8th position in the rating. He is higher than Maxim Grossman anyway. And as a result, this is the price of this unlucky first attempt. And this is the price of having one wheel outside. I'm now speaking about Maxim Grossman. Aha, wait. We're waiting for the score correction. Let's get back to the recent past. Many people were worried about Roman Tivadar, but okay, we will tell you about this later. Grigory Gusev was already performing his initiation, and this is a very good pace in the sweeper. Too bad one wheel has slipped outside. Grigory Gusev, in the meanwhile, with all the 4 wheels, is working through touch and go number 3, and the 4s, of course, as well. Everything will be good here without leaving the track. There's transition number 1, now the 5s are hidden in the smoky tail, while Grigory Gusev to touch and go number 6 is collecting touch and go 7, and unfortunately he catches on the dotted line with the left front wheel, which is also penalized. But look at the pace, look at the commitment that we love so much. But Grigory stands out with his high commitment in every single run that he makes. He is always aggressive to the maximum, and he has brought this aggression from his Chaser to the E92, and now he's trying to implement it in the Supra. It doesn't always bring positive fruit, I mean any positive score, because there is a certain specificity about this new chassis, which is also very promising, but you've got to work with it, you've got to tame it. This is a short base car, and plus the view is not very good. It has a very long hood, and the position of the driver is a coupe style. He's basically sitting on the rear wheel. It's like a Corvette. First they drew the rear wheel, then the driver's seat on the rear wheel, and then all the rest. Here it is more or less the same in terms of philosophy. But this is the weight balance kind of thing. When you've got the heavy engine in front, And therefore, somewhere behind the middle of the car, you've got the driver, who also serves as a load on the rear axle. And all this makes you achieve extreme feeling. It gives you a lot of pleasure from driving. This is the way Grigory Gusev is leaving the car. He's greeting all the spectators, thanking him, and I'm sure that all the spectators feel the same. They also feel very thankful for this beautiful show. There was one wheel penalty in around touch and go number 2, unfortunately. But in the other parameters, everything looks very decent. Griha did it well, that's true. And now I guess we're about to have a correction for Ivan Palmin. Yes, yes, here we are. This is, wow, there is an improvement. Thank you very much. This is 97.5 points. Thank you for this work. You are doing so great, and this is so sad. Why are the wheels outside so expensive? And now let's see the correction for Ivan Palmin. Once we have seen the score of Grigory Gusev, 2-point penalty for the wheel and half a point for the style, a total of 97.5, ranked 12. That is good. And then let's check out Ivan Palmin. And then let me remind you something about the regulations, because it looks like some people read them, but they don't read them to the end. And if they don't understand something, they don't ask questions. So this is 20, 34.5, and 30. This is still 84.5, but the distribution is different. He's still on rank 8. He has outperformed Maxim Grossman, but not Sergei Kuznetsov. So he's one of the drivers who's got his best result of 98. So, Alicia says, intermediate corrections. So the qualifying results are intermediate until the protocol is sealed and signed, and it is done at the end of the day. Until that time, the judges can do anything with the scores. And there's also a term during which you can also introduce more corrections. Now, Sergei Korneev, he's already in the first sweeper, and he's working through touch and go 3, pulling the handbrake, but he releases it on time, and now he is pressing the accelerator pedal. And he hangs on before the first transition, which is, 5/2 seems to have been missed. But now it's about 6. It is also very valuable, even more valuable than 5/2. Now the last transition, and I have a lot of doubt about the positioning of the rear wheel immediately after the transition. And here everything was extremely amazing. And now Sergei Korneev is running across the finishing line. Now let's compare the two runs while the judges are thinking. Let's take a look. There is equality in terms of initiation. Probably the left foot braking was slightly more active in run 2. And we can say that he was slightly faster in the first run. At least this is the way it looks. On replay, he managed to keep the car within the track better, but he collected the checkpoints worse. At least 5/2 is -3 point deduction, but -3 is not -5, it's not -10. And as far as the track borders are concerned, on the way to touch and go number 8, this is still a secret. I still don't know if the wheel was still in or it was out. This is a big question. And the answer to it will be shown later, and we will see it in numbers. It will be formulated in numbers. The turbocharger installed on this engine is pretty small, by the way. This is an analog of precision, of the smallest one in the entire series. It's 58 or something, so it's approximately 600 HP. But this is pretty enough for performing on this 265 Ling long tire, and the turbocharging pressure is not maximum. Wow, 107 is the starting number. It's on the disc cap. Wow. Dear spectators, now I'm speaking to those who are here on the spectator stands or who are joining us tomorrow. The entrance for the spectators opens at 9 o'clock. Yes, the practice begins a little early. I know that it's sad, because for around half an hour the drivers will practice without you, but please forgive them, because they need a little warm-up, and then they will appear before you warmed up and prepared. So at 9 o'clock, and begging is useless. At 9:45 we finish the warm-up. At 10 o'clock we start top 32 round. So please keep it in mind. 45 minutes is quite enough for watching the warm-up, or 40, because you need some time to enter Rostov Arena. All right, let's check out the results of Sergei Korneev. Everything is much, much better in the second run. Yes, in terms of line, there is -5. It was deducted by the judge, by Anton Novikov. Even though this is a basic parameter, this is still a very important one. And there is not random that it is so relevant. And he is on line 7 in Group B. This is good. Now, Magomed Isayev is preparing for his second qualifying run. He had 66 for the first one. He represents Transpark team. And once the light goes green, he will start. And then I hope the rest of the scored section of the track will be taken in the correct way. Now, here he begins drifting, and immediately I have a question about touch and go 2. And you can see him reducing the angle and increasing it back again in touch and go 3 without violating the borders of the track. Bravo! Great performance in touch and go 5. Both of them are collected by this driver from Rostov-On-Don. He shifts inward, another touch and go 6. The speed is not very high, at least visually. We will check the style scores later. It will be shown to us by Vladimir Safonov. And now, together with Magomed, we are running across the finishing line, which signifies the end of the qualifying for this driver. And so what? This was a counterclockwise 360 spin. This is a bonus for our 360 challenge. So I would give it 8.5 out of 10. The spin wasn't fast enough. A counterclockwise 360 spin is harder to do. Anyway, because physics is a merciless witch, as you know. All right, so here, unfortunately, even on the cameras, you can see some corrections. But once again, I said it on the news on Friday, so if you haven't watched it, you still can do it. There you can find a lot of information. Magomed Isayev is one of the drivers who stands out with a very, very strong and a very fast progress within one event. Coming to a new location or a new configuration, at first he may be not very lucky. He has been in drifting for not such a long time, but during practice and even during the competition, he progresses extremely rapidly, and this is what makes him stand out against the background of all the others. He's the rookie of this season. He started doing drifting only this year. Can you imagine? For a person who has just started, we can see really incredible performance. This is not the simplest location, and also the conditions are not the easiest because the sun is playing against our drivers. It's about to set, and this is only 10 minutes to 4, but it gives you this evening feeling. Of course, there will be some penalty. Definitely, Ruslan Arefyev is finishing his warm-up and he's going back. Only one clip wasn't taken by Magomed Isayev, so it's 29 points for the line. The rest of the criteria and the style is very decent. It wasn't as slow as it looked from some of the angles, but he's got to work on the angles. And this is a significant improvement by 21 points. This is now 87 for Magomed Isayev, and he takes off to the 8th line of the qualifying protocol of B group. Can you imagine that? Yes. And this is the last qualifying run. Ruslan Arefyev, he had 62.5 points for the first run, and it was really, really very nervous. But now it's time to show everything this driver can do. Ruslan is from Moscow. He's a candidate of sports. He is a winner of the Russian Drag Racing Cup. And this is the last solo run of the qualifying of the Russian Drift Cup. This is RDS Superfinal, supported by our title sponsor, TEBOIL Company. And now we are watching Ruslan Arefyev, who welcomed him on track. Whoa, 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 no, not into the plastic foam, thankfully not. That was really scary. He touched the no-go zone, then the E92 gives a little jump. It feels like the conditions have changed and the driver hasn't been ready, but the run goes on. This is the first transition, touching go 5. And now the second is also taken, but once again he's breaking the borders of the track and touching 06 as a consequence. And now the last transition, and here unfortunately one wheel slips away. But now it's time to collect the clips. Yes, he collects number 10 and he finishes the run, and we are happy that he did. And at least it was not a crash. Now the judges need to do a little bit of work, and after that we will find out the positions of our drivers in the competition bracket, because we really want to know who hits whom. This is gonna be really exciting. This is the main mystery of today, because today unfortunately we've got 31 drivers who came out at the start, so there is no much suspense about who qualifies and who doesn't. And if someone didn't qualify, it would have been a real disaster, because it could have been a technical thing. But thankfully everyone did it well. Everyone who broke yesterday managed to fix their cars today. Everyone who had some problems yesterday today managed to correct them, and they overcame them even if their cars were injured. And therefore every driver who has been to the start is getting to the next round. We've got only 1-0, and it was also a technical thing. No, it was Gocha. Ah, yeah, Ivan Sidych also had a technical problem. It was not his driving mistake. All the rest are productive. They're all scored. Can you imagine? This is great, and this means the high skill level of our drivers. And secondly, it signifies a high level of preparation, technical preparation, very high quality technical work. All the cars are done properly, which means that the drivers do not doubt, they do not fear that something wrong may happen. Apart from Damir Idiatulin, I would also congratulate Sergei Yermakov. He's got 99 points, and definitely Ruslan Arefyev is not outperforming him, because for the line alone he's got a 10-point penalty from Anton Novikov. The rest of the criteria also have been compromised, but the car is intact, and I'm sure that it's ready, and the driver is also ready to continue the battle that will continue tomorrow. There is a big improvement. Instead of 62.5 points, Ruslan Arefyev gets 73, and therefore now we can see, I hope, the competition bracket. As I told you, it is formed in not in the most regular way. Qualifying winner from Group A is competing with the 16th driver from Group B. So Damir Idiatulin with 100 points is going on a bye run, because his worst attempt was 95. And Georgy Chevchan will have to compete with someone tomorrow in top 32. Evgeny Losev has got 92 points and he's 16th. Can you imagine? Wow, this is something incredible. And we also understand that some of the drivers from Group A, since there are 19 of them, well, okay, 18, because Ilya Popov has got a technical failure, Denis Migal and Vladislav Popov will take the vacant places in Group B after the qualifying. So tomorrow we have 2 heats of GP drivers. Sergei Yermakov, congratulations on his victory. Half a point ahead of Mikhail Davidyans, who takes 2nd place. But still, Nikita Migal is in the 3rd place with 97 points. In the 2nd place for the qualifying opening, Nikita Migal showed an outstanding qualifying. Just like I said, Nikita Migal is someone who broke in as though he belongs here, as though he's got a huge experience. Ivan Sidych rounds up the qualifying protocol, but I'm happy that he is still with us, that he is here, because he's got minimum practice, minimum experience this season. I remind you that he took part only at the first event of RDS Open here in Rostov-On-Don. I remind you once again that the title sponsor of RDS is TEBOIL Company. TEBOIL is an international brand with almost 1 century's history, presenting a chain of petrol stations in Russia, and a broad range of lubricants, high-quality fuel, polite staff, and a shop of useful products for comfortable journeys, a cozy cafe, a loyalty program, and a mobile app. These are the components of high-quality service that you always get at TEBOIL petroleum stations. We couldn't bring the petroleum station itself, but the atmosphere is here. So tomorrow everyone is welcome to the TEBOIL tent. Enjoy coffee, hot dogs, and great mood. And of course, giveaways and activities for our loyal customers and new friends, so everyone is welcome. And this is all for today. I remind you once again that the entrance to Rostov Arena for the spectators will open tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, not earlier. So by this time we expect you to come. The practice will be going on, but I'm sure that if you want to see some of them, you have the chance. Don't forget to carry your raincoats and of course your crazy energy that can drive all the clouds away. And now we say bye-bye. Thank you for being with us and see you tomorrow.
Профессиональная гоночная команда Fresh Racing. Действующие чемпионы РДС Гран-при. В нашем арсенале 3 лютые Toyota Supra А80 на 2 JZ. Номер 33 – отец-основатель Денис Мигаль. Номер 9 – король квалификаций Дамир Идиатуллин. Номер 81 – сибирский силовик Евгений Лосев. Двигайся с нами и звони нам на пейджер.
Мы – команда, которая не боится перемен и готова идти на риск. Мы не просто едем, мы диктуем ритм гонки. Мы – тайм-ап. Мы больше, чем гоночная команда. И наше время не просто наступило. Наше время сейчас.
Но в любом случае, ты когда приезжаешь на соревнования, ты хочешь победить.
За 5 минут мы хоть что-то можем сделать? Или я пойду сейчас бить козлом? Не, вот этого не надо.
search on war. You can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a night, it's on sight. If you touch my sleeve, niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Up on the front door, it's like midnight. The music that plays, you might fall out.